never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looky there. We will close out a Monday. Something I'm never really sad to do for some reason. Why would that be? All right, it's the hardest part, getting settled back in for the old grind. Monday, yeah, well, respectfully, time zone to time zone, shall I say. We're closing out the first full day of summer. Transitioning from the 21st of June to June the 22nd of 21. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. I know for many in and around the Chicago area, your week's not off to a good start, because it was right about this time, 24 hours ago, a large tornado was about to touch down in the suburbs of Chicago, leaving a trail of destruction. Let's start right there with a look at our traveler's weather on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, it was a powerful tornado, no doubt. Sunday night, DuPage County, a suburb of Chicago. Turns out there were numerous injuries and property owners picking up the pieces on Monday. Officials with the National Weather Service office in Chicago were out and about on Monday surveying the damage. Later on Monday, they announced on Twitter they find the damage consistent with an EF3 rating on the enhanced Fujita scale in Napierville. This is the first time in 6 years a tornado of EF2 or stronger has impacted the greater Chicago area. An EF3 tornado would be packing winds between 136 and 165 miles per hour. It was shortly after the tornado confirmation. Reports began pouring in from the affected areas as we followed that hour by hour last night. And the damage left more than 100 homes in the southwestern suburbs of the Windy City. Damaged, multiple injuries. Initially touching down near the southern edge of Naperville, Illinois, then tracking east through Woodridge and Burr Ridge. Of course, it was confirmed via radar with what's known as a debris signature, or often referred to as a debris ball that shows up on the radar. A debris ball can show up on the radar once a tornado causes damage. It's lifting debris hundreds or even thousands of feet up into the air. And that was the case for portions of DuPage County in northeast Illinois Sunday evening. So summer truly started out with a bang in portions of the Midwest Sunday evening. Those severe storms tearing across the region. At one point, Sunday evening, severe thunderstorm watches stretched across a nearly 600-mile swath of the country, stretching from Missouri to Indiana, then eastward into Michigan, northern portions of Ohio. One of the hardest hit regions, obviously, was northern Illinois. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings were issued across the northern half of the state as the summer solstice began. Unfortunately, embedded in those thunderstorms were several tornado-warned storms. There was a line of severe storms prompting the National Weather Service office to issue several tornado warnings just before 11 o'clock Central Time this past evening. Again, right about the time we were starting our program. At least one of those tornado warned storms spawned the damaging tornado, and it did so in one of the most densely populated portions of the state, of course, the greater Chicago metro area, shortly after 11 p.m. Reports of structural damage at other buildings and other homes, downed trees, power lines were prevalent in Woodridge. The Woodridge Police Department, of course, was urging residents stay home as there were numerous streets impassable with debris and first responder activity. As of early Monday morning, no serious injuries reported. However, in neighboring Naperville, at least 6 injuries had been confirmed, with additional reports of residents trapped in some homes. At least 16 homes have been deemed uninhabitable by city officials. They'd received more than 120 reports of property damage. Further north, travelers at the Chicago O'Hare International Airport were forced to deplane and shelter in place as these storms rolled through. Of course, the heavy rain led to flash flooding across portions of the airport compound. At one point early Monday, more than 36,000 customers without power. According to Power Outage US, the majority of those were in DuPage and Cook counties. Other gusty storms contributed to an additional 134,000 outages in Michigan and Indiana as of Monday afternoon. Damaging storms continued to push eastward through the night. Shortly after the midnight hour Central Time, tornado-warned severe storms were pushing into northwestern Indiana. They did report fairly substantial damage in South Haven, Indiana, and confirmed a possible tornado headed into extreme eastern Porter County and LaPorte County. Survey teams from the National Weather Service were dispatched on Monday to survey the damage caused by those storms. Fortunately, cleanup efforts were not hindered this past day in the wake of the damaging thunderstorms. Conditions rapidly improved through the day Monday for those cleanup efforts. Now you've probably noticed noticeably cooler, less humid conditions have filtered in across the Midwest in the wake of that powerful cold front that prompted that severe thunderstorm activity. Outside the hotshot secret bunker at this hour, we're down into the middle 60s and probably headed on down maybe upper 50s, low 60s overnight with a Tuesday forecast high of only 72 degrees. It's rather than feeling like the first days of summer, Yeah, we're flipping the page back. It's feeling more like late spring. Meanwhile, out west, where the blistering heat's been ongoing for over a week now. Excessive heat and red flag warnings in effect again to start the new week. As the heat wave persisted, this grueling heat stretch saw numerous high-temperature records fall. Some locations already making among the top 5 115-degree days in a year. Just in time for the official start to summer with several months of heat ahead in the region. Given that, residents in the Southwest may already be wondering, when will some relief from the heat arrive, especially as the fire danger looms large, with high winds and dry conditions elevating those concerns. Forecasters tell us AccuWeather says some relief may be on the horizon as the North American monsoon season could begin sometime in early July. That's just around the corner, of course. We're expecting a good monsoon, and yet not a top 5 producer, but we do believe it should be much better than last year. It's going to hammer down in spots, but it's not going to end the drought. Obviously, the North American monsoon triggered when high humidity persists for several days in a row. This annual event is marked by a change in wind direction that can trigger some persistent rainfall or a lengthy period of dry weather. Again, the real monsoon could begin in early July. Some may argue that the weather event's true beginning expected to be pretty persistent through the month of July with thunderstorms in the afternoon and evening hours. There could be some lulls as we head into the month of August, but they expect the monsoon should yield some largely positive outcomes to maybe help fill some of the riverbeds and the reservoirs in the Southwest. And this could also help extinguish some of the rampant wildfires. Any type of moisture is really needed during this time of year. But ahead of the monsoon, the heat is shattering records out west, as most areas are at least abnormally dry. High temperature in Phoenix soaring to 115 or higher 6 consecutive days. Going back to Tuesday of last week through this past Sunday. So they're already tied for the third most number of 115-plus degree days in a year. That's quite the feat. On the first day of summer, June the 20th. Looks like the high's projected to soar well above the century mark. It did so on Monday. They should finally end that streak of 115-plus degree days. There you had Death Valley, California, where you reached 128 degrees last week. Just 6 degrees behind the all-time record of 134. Meanwhile, Las Vegas, another 114-degree day on Saturday. You saw a windy Monday and Tuesday that could transform into some scattered showers and thunderstorms by maybe Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, according to the National Weather Service there. Scattered showers also may set up in portions of Arizona Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. In Eureka, California, a slight chance of thunderstorms over the next few days for the interior mountains in northwestern California. Now, there's multiple active fires burning in that region. The upcoming monsoon could bring some natural relief to those areas. The big fires in the Southwest are usually early in the summer, and then the monsoon comes in, and we really need the monsoon. There's a good shot that the upcoming pattern may actually do just that. Maybe finally some good news for western portions of the country. Now let's flip over to the current radar scene. There's not really much of any precip there out west tonight. All's pretty much quiet. A few spotty showers in northern portions of Nevada, southeastern portions of Oregon. From there, you've got to get over central portions of the country. It's the south central U.S., southern portions of Texas. And then we got some showers and some pockets of heavier rain. spotty showers in nature in and around the Dallas area, more organized precipitation down toward College Station, over toward Lufkin, Texas. A few pockets of heavier storms just to the north of Austin there. Let's put that in motion, see what direction things are moving. Nearly from due north to south. So we'll probably see some of those pockets of heavy rain moving through the Austin area in the next few hours. Then all throughout the southeastern USA. Yeah, you got spotty shower activity, some areas with some heavier embedded thunderstorms, stretching from Alexandria, Louisiana to Jackson, Mississippi. Heavy-duty rains down toward Mobile, Alabama. Areas south of Hattiesburg. Showers up toward Meridian, Mississippi. On up into northern Alabama from Huntsville to Gadsden to Birmingham. Some pockets of heavy showers and thunderstorms in the mix there. Line of storms looks like just to the east of Nashville. That's moving off to the east-northeast. So Jefferson City over in Tennessee, along the Gorge area, the Tennessee-North Carolina line, seeing some light to moderate rain tonight. Rain on up into areas of central Ohio. It's, more of the light rain tonight. Areas from Columbus down into south central Ohio. We had some spotty showers move here through southwest Ohio a couple of hours ago. Nothing really to write home about. Over toward southwestern portions of PA, some showers east of Pittsburgh. A little bit of heavier rain over into, from, say, Washington, D.C. up toward Bel Air in northern Maryland. That action all moving off to the east as well. East, northeast, maybe headed up toward Philadelphia if it holds together through the overnight hours. There's a quick look around the country as far as travelers' weather is concerned. In the Northeast, by the way, where you've been well above normal temperature-wise, big-time cool-off is in the offing here for the first few days of summertime. You may be noticing that already. We'll break down some of the numbers, what you expect over the next few days in the Northeast, coming up here in a bit. All right, meanwhile, around the country, what's going on in your world? Hope your week's off to a good start. Our number is 844-844-3388. Monty Python checking in. Good morning, Your Honor, he says. Richard's with us from Central Florida, 73 degrees. Wishing Steve and everybody a pleasant day. Kyle's with us early here on a Tuesday morning. I had a chat with Kyle a little bit earlier. Talking about the racing there and the fact that he had a chance to meet Horse Feathers. He was kind of chuckling. He said, yeah, Horse Feathers was there. He was there before we even got there Saturday, early in the day, actually waiting for us at the booth. Talked a little bit about the racing activities there. And as Horse Feathers kind of mentioned last evening, for the bracket racing events, not a whole lot of fans in the stands, but a whole lot more cars participating, where you hundreds of vehicles showing up for some of those race weekends there. Flip side of the coin. Next weekend, the big weekend where the stands should probably be packed at Virginia Motorsports Park in North Dinwiddie, Virginia. It's coming up this Friday and Saturday. Big event. What is it? It's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. Headed there for the legendary Virginia Motorsports Park. Kyle's planning to be there if all goes as slated. There's maybe a little monkey wrench got thrown into the mix this past day, but yeah, the anticipation is you'll have the world's fastest diesel. Yes, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, along with all the other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers will be there. There's a bunch of them that'll be in attendance this upcoming weekend. This is the next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Points Series, which is always big time, guaranteed to be a great time. And last week, Kyle he pointed out to me, along with the drag racing and the vendor alley full of diesel industry manufacturers, they've also got a pretty awesome truck show. There are some big rigs that show up there as well. You got the Custom Big Rig Awards. Always some cool trucks there. Hoping to see some of our overnight drive listeners showing up next weekend for the show. Gates will open Friday at noon, and test sessions and qualifying rounds up till 10 o'clock in the evening. Saturday, gates open bright and early, 8 a.m. Track goes hot at 11 a.m., and they'll race all day. Spectator tickets just $20. So Kyle did kind of sweeten the pot. Anybody that stops by the Hot Shot secret booth and says you're an Overnight Drive listener, they'll give you a free quart of Stiction Eliminator. That's a $32 value. You know, that'll cover your $20 admission fee for our listeners here at the Overnight Drive. There you go. So stop by. Don't forget to tell Kyle. Let's roll out the big rigs at Virginia Motorsport Park. Catch some diesel drag racing next weekend. I guess it should be a wonderful time. Who else checking in here? Tank's with us here. Happy Tuesday. 85 degrees here tonight in Arizona on I-40. Headed west to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Let me see. Kevin, morning, Steve, and truckers across the fruited plain. Be safe out there, guys. Bringing home the goods for America. Good morning to Scott. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, 73. A little bit of rain. Yeah, we gave more rain here in North Florida. If we get any more, we're going to have a webbed feet. Been getting a lot of rain as of late. Y'all truck safe out there tonight. Good morning to Bill. Good morning to Patsy from cool Nebraska tonight. Crazy Ray checking in. West Michigan there. 52 degrees. Definitely a much cooler night. Happy Tuesday. Raymond's with us in Pennsylvania tonight. The Beaten Buzzard, very comfortable and cool, Steve, here in Coldwater, Michigan tonight, where I'm headed to Ann Arbor. Kentucky Ken serving and protecting tonight. Morning, my favorite overnight program, a.k.a. Overnight Drive. Safe travels out there. Steve checks in. Scuba Steve checking in from Townsend, Georgia. Yeah, I got a chance of rain at about the next hour or so there in Georgia. Jeff checking in. Good morning. He goes by Blockhead. Checking in this morning. Northeast Wisconsin, headed up to the UP. Clear skies, a chilly 47 degrees. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-75 north, about 50 miles south of Lexington. On my way to deliver just outside Columbus tomorrow. I've been in rain pretty much since I left Georgia, and including some pretty heavy stuff around the choo-choo, lightning and some winds. 66 here, still have some rain. Have a good night. Be careful out there today. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, where it's nice, cool 67 degrees, no winds. Headed out for the scrap yard. Captain Ron checking in. Hello, gang, back to work. Had an unexpected night off last night. Yeah, we missed you, Captain Ron. It was a quiet night here last night as well. Rambler checking in from Lucedale, Mississippi, headed to Hattiesburg, where it's all this rain. Where's it coming from? It's pouring down here. Shout out to the Overnight Drive Nation. And if you're down south, drive safe. Rambler, over and out. Robin, how you been, Robin? Hi, Steve. I finally got back to work full-time since Halloween. In a good way, I miss driving truck. I've been on workers' comp since that point in time. I'm back to work on July the 10th. So it's been a while. El Trout, Central Oregon, 71 degrees for 1 hour tonight. Rain and lightning. 100-degree high today. You were still cooking out there, huh? Super Tanker checking in. All right, he said he's hearing the bumper music playing on the Android app. I'll double check. B-Dude checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. So good to have you all with us. It is 844-3388. Got the latest numbers, prices at the pump this past day from the Energy Information Administration. Where are the pump prices going? The national average was actually up again over the past week, but that was not the case across the board. According to the report this past day, California led all the regions with a penny and a half increase over the past week, But not everybody's seeing higher prices. The lower Atlantic, the Midwest, the West Coast minus California, all paying a little bit less. 1 year ago at this point in time, though, the national average was 86 cents per gallon lower, according to the Energy Information Administration. National average, what are we at? $3.28 per gallon, just up a little tick. Around the country, Central Atlantic, you're averaging $3.44 per gallon. You get down to the Gulf Coast, just a little over $3, averaging $3.04 per gallon. Obviously, you head out west, you start paying more. $3.39 in the Rocky Mountain region. West Coast as a whole, averaging $3.80. California broke away separately, in excess of $4 per gallon. $4.09. Again, up a penny and a half out there on the West Coast. So some of your numbers, we get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. And again, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. So you're on the Android app, Horse Feathers, I presume. You see it's kind of acting up again?
Yeah, it has been for a little bit. I've been monitoring a little bit. It hasn't since I really got on the phone with you, but it kind of would fade to the app, and the bumper music would come on, and about the time the bumper music started, it would fade out, and then it would get a little jumpy on your feed there. You almost sound like you got sped up a little bit. It would try to catch back up a little bit to where it was supposed to be or something. I don't know. All these electronic things are terrible. But so I don't know if you just need a quick little reset on it. I don't know if that'll help it and I haven't tried the iOS app, so I'm not sure what it's doing at all.
Okay. I mean, everything looks to be correct. I will just, I'll real quick like here, click on a reset, and it should connect in just a moment here. All right. Should be back up. I closed it out, reopened it, so it went straight to broadcasting live. So hopefully that'll fix it.
There you go. So, well, you're dead on your forecast there, and your reporting for the storms there. We had almost 90-degree heat yesterday, pretty close to 90, and thunderstorms rolled through there about 6 o'clock in the evening and for the next couple hours. And apparently all the foliage the cicadas have been working on there, laying their eggs. You know how you say they cut into the branches and the little stems and lay their eggs, and well, apparently after they do that causes the leaves to die, because we have a lot of leaves on the ground here after the storm there, you know. So looks like the cicada damage had all those leaves come out with the storm and that. So, but we had some pretty decent strong winds and everything, and I think most of it's cleared over to the eastern shore. There's still quite a bit of lightning over to the east there for like the eastern shore area. So
yep.
Looks like there's still a little bit more going on over there up towards Delaware and that. So, but anyways, there I sent you an article there. Did you catch that about Amazon looking to put 1,000 autonomous trucks into service there? And,
I printed that up. That is in the mix here right before me. Yes. How about that?
Yep. And then if you read on that company that's doing it at Plus or whatever out of California says they're looking to have fully autonomous trucks on the road by 2024. If you try to, I guess you got to subscribe to that business news or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the next, you click to go to the next thing, and then it gives you a pop-up and you can't see anything. But it was talking that they wanted to have their trucks be fully autonomous by 2024. So I guess at that point there won't be any more driver shortage, will there? When all the trucks can drive themselves, you don't need truck drivers. There won't be a shortage. So anyways, but no, other than that, so am I still ahead of Knuckle Buster, or is he catching up?
I said you're still ahead.
All right. He was trying to work hard last night there.
I know. Yeah, you're ahead by about 80 Horse Feathers. I don't know that he's going to catch up on you or not.
Yeah, he'll make it. I got confidence in him. He's got what do you say? He's on his last driver's license renewal. So
yes.
I got confidence. He'll make it by the time he gets done to that driver's license there. So, but anyways, I guess that's about all we got for you there. So we're just up here kind of squeezing off the roads and trying to get them back dry and good shape. And other than that, haven't seen too much trouble. The only thing I ran into, I forgot to tell you, on the way home there from the drag race there Saturday, I was within like 5 miles of the house, and I ended up getting detoured off my state highway to go home. I guess it ended up there was a Swift truck there who decided he didn't know which side of the yellow line he was supposed to be on and clipped a vehicle coming the other way, sideswiped them and closed the whole road down. So I had to take almost a 10-minute detour to get home there at the end of the day there on a Saturday evening. It was kind of strange, but I guess trucks are out all the time. So, but yeah, they said the Swift truck came over the yellow line. We clipped another vehicle there. So, but that was it's amazing. It's just all the time. It's just, especially around this area, you gotta build extra time into everything you do because there's always something that's happened out there on the highway.
Absolutely.
Even nice sunny days and dry days, you think everything would be all right, and you still got delays there. So I don't know. It's crazy the way things happen. But anyway, so everybody be careful there. And what do they say? Oh yeah, keep the rubber on the road, and we'll catch you on the rebound.
Yeah, I think it's like keep it shiny side up, right? That's the plan. All right, thank you, Horse Feathers. Have a good night, and yeah, maybe we'll chat again later. I'm sure he'll have a follow-up at some point in time. All right, meanwhile, let me jump over to the email bag. Got a email from Tater. He said, got a call this morning on my way back from London. London, Kentucky. Wanted to know if I wanted to meet for lunch. I got to the restaurant about 15 minutes early. When off in the distance, I heard what I thought was thunder. Turns out it was just two old farts in a hopped-up Impala. And I'll tell you what, I must still be a novice. Moose and Possum sat there and drank about 30 cups of coffee. Yeah, if I drank that much coffee or caffeine in one sitting, I'd be in a coma. Anyway, headed back to London, looking forward to the show. It's raining here. Me and the Big Orange are southbound and down. Everybody stay safe. So Tater got the invite to have lunch with Moose and Possum breath. That's a lot of coffee, guys. Moose, maybe, just maybe, that's the reason you can't sleep too well at night. You're all hyped up on caffeine. But good to have you with us. All right, news break time here. Much more to come. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate is expected to vote Tuesday on advancing a sweeping elections overhaul bill dubbed the For the People Act. It's a piece of legislation that has no support from Republicans and some Democrats, like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, wary of supporting it. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said his party will give the bill no quarter.
They made abundantly clear that the real driving force behind S1 is a desire to rig the rules of American elections permanently in Democrats' favor. That's why the Senate will give this disastrous proposal no quarter.
And the president of the NCAA says he's committed to supporting name, image, and likeness benefits for student athletes after the Supreme Court ruled that the organization can't enforce limits on education-related benefits. The court ruling against the NCAA in a suit brought by a former athlete who argued that caps on education-related compensation violated federal antitrust laws. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number: 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG Law Firm.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market, using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Other industry headlines here. We touched on the deadly Claudette, the tropical storm that came ashore over the weekend, torrential rains, that there were 10 people killed in a crash and didn't have the details. Now we got the update from CDL Life this past day. It was, turned out it was a massive pileup involving 2 semis and a bus in Alabama Saturday. About 2:30 in the afternoon, Butler County, Alabama, according to the report, the chain reaction started when 2 semi-trucks crashed and crushed a bus from the Tallapoosa County Girls Ranch, which caused an SUV to crash. The collision killed 8 children on that bus and a father and daughter inside the SUV. Horrific accident scene. Investigating officers believe hydroplaning was a factor in the crash, as the crash occurred just as Tropical Storm Claudette was hitting the area. The bus driver, Candace Gully, was rescued from the wreckage by a bystander. She reportedly tried to rescue children from the bus, was unable to get past the flames. Two of her own children were on board the bus. Any other injuries sustained in the incident are considered non-life-threatening. But again, the bus belonged to the Tallapoosa County Girls Ranch, a home for girls in need of a place to stay. Our hearts are heavy today. Our ranch family has suffered a great loss. As many of you may have heard, one of our ranch vehicles was involved in a multi-car accident. It's such a horrible tragedy and loss, according to the chief executive officer of Alabama Sheriff's Youth Ranches. My heart goes out to the loved ones of all who perished during the storm in Butler and Tuscaloosa counties, according to Alabama's Governor Kay Ivey. Let's keep these families, communities, and first responders in our prayers. It's still under investigation. 10 investigators began inspecting the scene of the crash Sunday night. Alabama law enforcement is requesting that any witnesses who may have photos of the event to please submit them to law enforcement. Photos, dash cams, anything of that nature. There is a GoFundMe page that has been created looking to cover the cost of funerals, medical treatment, and counseling. Well, that's the thing. You're out there in the heavy rains. You got to slow down and drive for conditions. Isn't that always the word, right? Then an update on another story which we touched on Friday morning when we reported that something akin to 7 million rounds of ammunition was stolen from 2 trucks that were hijacked in Mexico. The robbery occurred on June the 9th. This gunman targeted 2 trucks that had picked up loads from an ammunition factory that were headed to a drop-off point in Texas. The trucks were recovered following the robbery, but the trailers had been emptied, again, of about 7 million rounds of ammunition. Local media outlets estimated the stolen ammo was valued around $2.7 million. Now, most of this, they're saying like 98% were .22 caliber, smaller caliber, sold in the U.S. under the Aguila brand, Aguila ammo. Experts tell us the Mexican cartels rarely use such low-powered ammunition. Now, the truck drivers and the security guards were later found unharmed. The Business Insider reports that leads them to believe the ammo heist was probably an inside job, as the gunman knew when the trucks would be passing and actually left the truck drivers and the guards alive with neither side firing on the other. Just doesn't work that way in Mexico. Mexican authorities announcing that this is the update. They have recovered much of the stolen ammo, less than 20 miles from the site of the robbery. About 5 million rounds were found in a dry box-type trailer that was about to collapse, loaded with boxes of useful cartridges. According to the preliminary information, this is linked to the 2 trailers loaded with stolen weapons. All right, so still a couple million rounds missing, but there's your update. One other story before we get back to your calls, which plenty of room for you. Jump on in here on a Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Another updated story. A truck driver has been arrested less than a week after sideswiping a patrol car, injuring an officer, and then fleeing the scene. This was last Wednesday. A driver was arrested over the past weekend. 40-year-old Perry Livingston was arrested at his home in New Haven, Connecticut. After officers obtained an arrest warrant, officers also discovered the semi-truck involved in the wreck in Milford and seized it pending a search warrant. The officer injured in the wreck in question has since been released from the hospital and is currently on injured leave. It's not clear what sort of charges Livingston might ultimately be facing, but all right, so there's a couple of our industry updates for you here. All right, top story there you heard in the news break there, bottom of the hour. Democrats pursuing this S1, the We the People Act. Looking to, in Mitch McConnell and pretty much Republicans' words, looking to rig the election system in favor of Democrats forever. Presidential strategist Dick Morris this past day said that this voting bill in the House and the compromise bill that's been offered by Senator Joe Manchin in the Senate is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Democrats can federalize and control all future elections. This is by far the major Democratic priority. They don't care about all the spending bills, the infrastructure, the climate change. What they care about is manipulating the electoral system for Congress and the presidency ad infinitum, forever. And that's what this bill is an attempt to do. It is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now, of course, the House passed the For the People Act by a vote of 220 to 210. It was along party lines back in March. It's now coming up for a vote in the Senate, as we heard, possibly today. Manchin said he opposes the current legislation. The bill addresses voter access, election integrity and security, campaign finance, and ethics for the three branches of government. According to the summary of the bill, it would establish independent redistricting commissions to carry out congressional redistricting, election security, securing election systems, campaign finance. It would require a code of conduct for Supreme Court judges. It would require presidential candidates to release 10 years of tax returns. So that all sounds like it's a wonderful thing on the surface, doesn't it? All right, Manchin has released his own, what he's calling a compromise bill that would actually make Election Day a national holiday. It would mandate 15 days of early voting. It would ban the practice of gerrymandering, require voter ID with alternatives like sworn affidavits or utility bills, among other requirements. Morris said the compromise would give the president too much power over elections through the attorney general, taking the powers to the states given by the Constitution completely away. Elections would be federalized. The U.S. Constitution is clear. The states decide who can vote in their states. Now because of this massive discrimination against blacks that happened in the old Confederacy, the federal voting rights of 1965 superseded that constitutional requirement in the name of enforcing the 15th Amendment. Democrats are now pointing to evidence of discrimination in all the states, thus creating a need to federalize the election. Now, what the Democrats are saying is there's evidence of discrimination in all 50 states, and that we're going to take it over in the entire country. You, as a state, cannot change your election law. You cannot change voting requirements without the prior approval of the Attorney General of the United States. The unilateral authority, in effect, will set the rules for the coming election in 2022. That means we will no longer have a democratic process with a small d in electing Congress because the president can manipulate it in any way he wants through the power of the Attorney General. That could kind of seal the fate. Final nail in the coffin, you might say. when it comes to election integrity in this country. Essentially, it's going to do just the opposite. All right, meanwhile, what are we looking at here? 844-844-3388. What do you say this morning, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I heard horse feathers in there. I figured I better get a call in so he wouldn't be one up on me tonight there, right?
There you go.
Yeah, well, you know, what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive, right? And that's all they do up there all day long. Just get out there and run their mouth, talk out both sides of the mouth, and just I don't think the either house, the House of Representatives or the Senate's doing anything good for the American public. But all we can do is keep voting, vote them out of there as fast as you can get them out of there. You know, everything I love is killing me. Cigarettes, Jack Daniels, and caffeine there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go to the doctor, and Mama Knucklebuster asked me, well, what did he say? I said, well, he told me, keep eating them cheeseburgers. She said, really? I said, yeah, keep eating them cheeseburgers. He'll be the death of me, right? They wanted me to eat some turkey bacon. I couldn't eat that junk they call turkey bacon, but I went and got me some real oven roasted turkey breast and some real bacon, and that's what I made a sandwich out of there, right?
Okay.
That was a good sandwich, too. That was a good sandwich there. I read where Eli Manning is back with the New York Giants. He's some kind of fan representative or something. I don't know. I couldn't read the whole article there, but I thought that was pretty crazy. And New York did prove that Eli wasn't the problem, so just not entirely anyway there. Anyway, that's all my old baloney for right now. I'll check in a little later on there. Horse Feathers calls back in again. I'll have to get caught back up with him, right?
You guys are playing. That's a pretty fun game. All right, Knucklebuster, thanks for checking in. That's all his baloney for this particular round. All right, Amazon. Horse Feathers brought this up. Amazon has agreed to buy 1,000 autonomous truck driving systems from a self-driving trucking startup, according to the report from Bloomberg. The self-driving trucking startup Plus, that's what it's called, Plus, makes artificial intelligence-based software for trucks and has also reached an agreement with Amazon to offer the e-commerce giant the opportunity to purchase shares in the company. According to the filing this past day, now, as part of the agreement, Amazon has the option to purchase up to 420,702,000 and some change preferred shares of Plus at 47 cents each, which would represent a 20% stake in the company. If Amazon were to purchase the maximum available shares, it would represent an investment of nearly $200 million. Amazon spokesperson declined to comment on the Bloomberg report beyond pointing the insider to the financial filing. A Plus spokesperson also had no comment. Plus is based in California. It's one of the many companies working to create driverless systems. This partnership could eventually help Amazon remove the need for human drivers. Just the latest example of the retail giant exploring what a future that does not rely on human delivery drivers could look like. This time last year, Amazon agreed to buy Zoox, Z-O-O-X, which was a self-driving taxi, for over $1 billion. Amazon autonomous robo-taxi was unveiled later that year. By using Plus's technology, Amazon could also eventually help overcome the national labor shortage that is impacting the trucking industry, forcing delivery delays, raising transportation costs. For now, the system, Plus Drive, still requires a licensed driver. Again, for now. That could change in coming years. Plus Drive is Plus' first product, and it operates similar to Tesla's full self-driving software, which does require a licensed operator to keep their eyes on the road in the event of a system malfunction or if there's a need for intervention. They're hoping to sell a product that does not require a driver by the end of 2024. Plus started delivering automated driving systems for semi-trucks earlier this year to companies in both the U.S. and China. The companies provided Chinese delivery company SF Holding with their system, which allows semi-trucks to drive over 900 miles per day. Founded in 2016, announced plans to go public via a $3.3 billion SPAC deal back in May. This is not Amazon's first foray into automated technology, of course. They've long used artificial intelligence-related technology to their monitoring employees. They've used AI from anything to a tool to hire talent to a system that tracks the delivery driver's movements. They can even sense when a driver yawns while behind the wheel. Yeah, Kyle sent me a link to a story from the Dallas Morning News, I believe it was, which, of course, it doesn't want to let me open it without buying a subscription. But the headline to the story is, this is actually speaking of Amazon. It's an Amazon fulfillment center. Apparently, this is the one out of Dallas. Yeah, anyone out there ever delivered or picked up at an Amazon facility, which apparently drivers wait for hours and hours to unload? And they say it's like this every day at the fulfillment center in Dallas. Not just one or two, but 5, 6, 8 hours on occasions, half the day, waiting in line, this massive queue of trucks. Be interested to hear from some drivers. They shared the story of one guy. I guess it was his first time there, and he says, I don't ever want to come back to this place again. Pretty interesting. Hey, what's up, Doc?
This is Beauregard D. Hassenfeather here, Steve, and I'm yawning off that story. Yeah, I mean, they said you should take when the driver yawns. Well, I'm yawning pretty good tonight, Steve, so I just wonder how it would take me there. But you know what? This automated crap you're talking about and all that stuff, it's just, it makes me yawn, Steve.
What do you think, Doc? Is it really just around the corner, or you think it's another 10, 20 years away?
I think it's probably 20 years away, because there is no way in hell, if there's no way that these drivers can get out, these trucks can get out here and drive themselves. It's hard enough for us to drive it by ourselves. There's no way that this just could come to pass, because they got to put something in the road for these trucks to follow.
Yeah.
And there's no way the truck can get off the exit and get fuel by itself. There's no way the truck can back itself into a dock. Back itself into a dock. That sounds like it's backing itself into me. But there's no way the truck can back itself into a dock, check in with the shipper and receiver without a driver being on that truck. It just can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it happening. I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime of driving, because I'm 63 years old, and I've only got probably 3 more years I'm going to drive anyway, maybe 4. I don't see it happening in my lifetime, but we didn't see people going to the moon on a rocket ship 40 years ago either, did we?
Right.
But it happened.
Yeah.
But I just can't see it, because because there's so much traffic out here and so much. I mean, like when you get in a traffic jam, that truck's got to, know how to get off the exit, go around the traffic jam. It ain't gonna be able to do that. It's gonna be stuck sitting in the jam. It's not gonna be able to go to the loading docks, and I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening at all within the next, say, 40 years. I just don't see how I can do it. But if Amazon's in it, they might be something to it, because, old Bezos, he don't put his money in something that can't be happening. But I can see it, let's put it this way. You get out on Interstate 80, once you get out in Wyoming, Nebraska, all that open road, I could probably see maybe a truck driving itself across that road. But just say once it comes into Salt Lake City, Steve, it's going to be screwed on trying to get off, and it's just going to be hard to figure out.
I mean,
I don't know.
If I understand some of the plans that these startup companies and whatnot are planning to, I guess, maybe purchase real estate, purchase some land off some of the various exits outside of the big metropolitan areas. So the autonomous truck will get into like a yard, and that from there, an actual driver gets in and takes the load to its final destination. So the autonomous, most of that activity is going to be out on the open interstates.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It has to be on an open interstate, like, okay, Interstate 80, Interstate 40, Interstate 90, out west. It would probably work as long as they had, something to guide that thing with. But, I mean, you get in a traffic jam. Okay, we know to get off the interstate and go around it on the side roads. The side roads ain't going to have no way to operate that truck. So it's going to be it's going to make a lot of freight late, what I think. It's just going to be a damn mess. That's why, Steve, I'm up here because I've been here in Washington, PA, staying at the Hilton Hotel and playing poker since Saturday. And the only reason I'm not playing now is because the casino poker game shuts down at midnight. But I did pretty good today, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
So, and I did pretty good all weekend. So the way I look at it, if they want to go autonomous, I'm going to go play poker.
Okay.
That's the way I see it. Just play poker and have a good time, and they can't have autonomous players playing poker. It's got to be real people. So, I ain't too much worried about it anyway. I'm going to retire, like I said, probably in 3 or 4 years. I may retire sooner than that, but the World Series of Poker is coming up September the 30th, Steve. This year they put it back. It used to be in June, but this year Vegas is having it September the 30th, I think, through September through October the 23rd is what it is. I think I got my dates right there.
So have you got your invite yet?
Well, no, Steve, I'm going to get in it. But what I need is
here it comes.
It's a $10,000 buy. It's a $10,000 buy-in.
You need to borrow $10,000. And
no, not from you. I need either 10 sponsors at $1,000 apiece. But Sugar Bear's already said that he would go in $2,000. So I need altogether enough sponsors to go in for the $10,000 buy-in. And if I win, I'll win $10 million. Okay. And what I'll do, I'll take 50% of the $10 million, and I'll give the other 50% to my sponsors. And that ain't a bad deal, Steve.
Now, once Uncle Sam takes his portion of your $10 million, what's going to be left for the sponsors? I guess it'd be a lot more than $1,000, but.
Well, yeah, it'd be a lot more than whatever they sponsor for sure. I mean, the way it works is we ain't gonna worry about Uncle Sam. They'll get $5 million. I'll get $5 million. And what we'll do is, Steve, we'll figure out what the taxes are out of that. Well, we'll figure it up after that. We ain't going to worry about Uncle Sam to start with.
Okay. All right.
Because, we got Dean at Tax Help MD. And, Dean can help us figure out how to divvy that up and work it out.
Okay. Sounds like a
See,
plan.
I got this all figured out. So how much are you in for this, Steve?
Let's see.
We're going to get you in for a sponsor now.
$19.95.
Well, that's good enough. So if we get a few more like you for $19.95, we'll have enough sponsors, and I'll get into that $10,000 buy-in tournament. And if I win, I get. Now look, Steve, you ain't looking at the upside of it. The upside of it, if you finish in 9th place, you still guaranteed $1 million. So everybody get a payout. See, Steve, I thought this out.
I know you did. Now, and how many poker players start the day out for day one?
I've only got to beat 7,000 people, Steve.
That's it? That's all?
That's all I got to beat is 7,000 people, place number one. It's no problem. I can knock out 6,000 in 3 days. And then it's going to be probably 1,000 of us left. I knock them 1,000 out in another few days. And then I'm there at the top.
Okay.
You see, I thought this out.
You may very well be the smartest man in the world.
Big Ed, Monkey Gouger. We need to get Big Ed, Monkey Gouger, Horse Feathers, Red Mule. We need to get, all them guys in there with us. And Steve, we can walk away with this and not have to worry about no damn autonomous stupid trucks.
We just go live on our own little private island in the Caribbean.
Oh, that's it. We could probably just take the $10 million and buy an island, and we can all live, like they say, happily ever after.
There you go. All right. Well, Doc, hey, it's good to hear from you, brother. I'm way behind on my news break here, but thanks for checking in.
All right. Good to talk to you, Steve.
Hey,
have a great night.
Be safe out there. Yep. Good luck at the poker tables he goes on like binge poker tournaments, hours and hours and hours. All right. Get a news update here. Again, get back with more of your calls ahead. Want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House has announced where the next donation of 55 million doses of COVID vaccine will be heading. About 41 million of those shots will go through the UN's COVAX program, which will send 14 million to Latin America and the Caribbean, 10 million to Africa, and 16 million to Asia. The U.S.'s initial donation of 80 million doses has now been completely allocated, though they will not all be distributed by President Biden's goal of the end of the month. And the U.S., European Union, Canada, and the U.K. announced new sanctions on several senior officials in Belarus. The sanctions coming in response to the Lukashenko regime's use of a fake terrorist plot to justify ordering a commercial airliner that was flying through Belarusian airspace to land to allow them to arrest a dissident journalist and his girlfriend who were aboard the plane. EU officials are expected to announce more economic sanctions against the Belarusian president later this week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
The Senate is expected to vote Tuesday on advancing a sweeping elections overhaul bill dubbed the For the People Act. It's a piece of legislation that has no supports from Republicans and some Democrats, like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, wary of supporting it. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says his party will give the bill no quarter. Speaking from the Senate floor, he called the bill an attempt from Democrats to tilt the electoral playing field in their favor permanently.
At the end of the day, Madam President, which concocted crisis Democrats choose as justification for their top legislative priority actually doesn't make much difference. They've made abundantly clear that the real driving force behind S1 is a desire to rig the rules of American elections permanently in Democrats' favor. That's why the Senate will give this disastrous proposal no quarter.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled youmove.com.
A surge in drugs coming across the border has accompanied the human crisis on the southern border. Lance Pry has more.
Drug cartels are smuggling deadly drugs into the United States as President Biden's open border policy has border agents taking care of the human crisis while drugs flow through the incomplete border wall. Jessica Vaughn from the Center for Immigration Studies tells Fox News what she has learned being focused on the border.
The influx of people and illicit goods deliberately use the groups of families and kids. They send them across dozens at a time because they know that they suck up the resources of the Border Patrol agents who have to take care of the families and kids. And then that opens up another spot along the line where they can send through not only drugs, but also the people who don't want to be caught.
Close to 4 tons of fentanyl has been seized by U.S. Border Patrol agents since the open border policy began. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And Tokyo Olympic organizers announced Monday that a limited number of local fans will be allowed into venues when the games begin next month. Events will have a maximum capacity of 10,000 people, and officials left the option open to bar fans again if COVID cases rise. Foreign supporters have already been banned from the games. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, we are back. Good to have you with us. Well, after everything pretty much got canceled in 2020, right? Nobody getting together for anything. COVID. Hey, there's one big gathering coming up here in a couple of weeks. The Iowa 80 truck stop gearing up for their blowout celebration of professional truck drivers. Walcott Truckers Jamboree. July the 8th through the 10th at the Iowa 80 in Walcott. Exit 284 off I-80. This is in eastern Iowa. Of course, last year, like so many other things, it was celebrated online due to the COVID restrictions. Now, in 2019, there were 45,000 in-person attendees, according to the Iowa 80 truck stop. Oweida's tour trailer and skipper Marty Ellis are scheduled to be there this year for the Walcott Jamboree. Ellis says he's been to the Jamboree a couple of times promoting the South Dakota Special Olympics convoys. Had a great time. Can't wait to experience the Jamboree working with OOIDA. Admission and parking are free. More than 175 exhibits expected. Classic rock and country music performances, fireworks, the Iowa Pork Chop Cookout, of course, the antique truck display. You've got the Super Truck Beauty Contest, which is the centerpiece of the Jamboree. This is the competition for full-size tractor trailers. Truck space is allocated on a first-come, first-served basis and free of charge. Truck move-in is on Tuesday and Wednesday, July 6th and 7th. Judging will begin at 10 a.m. Thursday. Awards will be presented at 3 p.m. Saturday. Trucks will be on display until 5 o'clock Saturday, July the 10th. Now, as with the Super Truck Beauty Contest, exhibit space at the Antique Truck Display exhibit will also be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis, free. Move-in is on July 7th. Trucks will be on display until 5 p.m. Saturday. There will be security Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights. You can sign up online. Then you've got the Trucker's Best Friend, the Pet Contest. It's kind of a traditional Jamboree event. Categories to be judged are best dressed, best trick, and best owner lookalike pet. Judging begins 10:30 a.m. on Friday. There's another favorite event. That's the Trucker Olympics, scheduled for 2 hours starting at 1:30 p.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, featuring family reunion-type games. That'll be, truckerfied. Truckerfied is the term. All right, so what kind of events? What kind of hillbilly Olympics we talking? The tire roll, where competitors must roll a tire straight for a certain distance. The water cup race, competitors must run around obstacles without spilling the water. You got the strong man/woman, where competitors must pull a 12,000-pound antique cement truck a certain distance. The water balloon toss, where a team of competitors tosses the water-filled balloon. A team that tosses the balloon the furthest apart, obviously. We're all familiar with that one. They'll have the strap winding, which is a timed competition. And lastly, at the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum, that's also become kind of a tradition each year. They celebrate the 100th birthday of some sort of a truck. This year, the 100th birthday party is for a 1921 International Harvester. Birthday party 2:30 on Friday afternoon at the Iowa 80. Of all the events I've been to over the years, that's one that I've not had the pleasure of attending. Never been to the Iowa 80. I hear it's an awesome truck stop, but literally kind of like out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, they're in eastern Iowa, but world's largest truck stop. All right, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. See who we got on the line, because there's not a name there. Who we got?
Fergie?
That would be who?
Fergie.
Fergie.
Yeah, Michigan.
Well, what's going on, Fergie?
Oh, I'm just listening to your show. First time caller, long time listener.
How about that?
Oh, yeah, Steve. I've listened to you a long time, just after your dad.
So what's going on in Michigan tonight? Anything special? Much quieter night tonight because you had all those storms last night, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm in Jackson, Michigan, so we kind of missed them. It rained like crazy about 3 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to shake the house.
I know they had a lot of tornado warnings down in southwestern Michigan. We were tracking last night.
Oh, yeah. But well, I got a gas diesel, or not, actually I got a gasoline engine, 3.5 turbo, but I'm looking for something for it. What would be a good thing to put in it for Hot Shot Secret?
Oh, well, you've got, obviously, you'd start with some Stiction Eliminator for your oil and put some of your gasoline extreme to clean out the fuel tank. And then you just go to the FR3 friction reducer at your oil changes after that. Yeah, I think that they say the Stiction Eliminator maybe twice a year, depending on how much you drive. Obviously, if you don't drive it a whole lot, maybe once a year. But
it's got 96,000 on it. Bought it brand new in 17.
Mm-hmm.
But it jumps, but now it's got a little bit of bog to it, and that's kind of curious what products ahead.
I've got your number here, Fergie, and you know the drill. I'll get this number to Chad. And they'll get you a coupon code where you can get $60 worth of product, absolutely free. Yeah, even the shipping will be covered for you, for up to $60.
Oh, thank you.
So you can try. I
appreciate it.
Try that Stiction Eliminator first, and you probably just need a quart of that because you're not in a big truck, right? You're just a regular pickup kind of thing.
It's half-ton, 36-gallon tank.
Okay.
It was the last year. 17's last year they put 36-gallon. It's an XLT, F-154x4, but it's loaded. I mean, it's everything you can think of under the sun, but they don't do it no more. But it's got a 36-gallon tank.
That's a big tank. Boy, you don't want to.
Yes, it is. I love it.
You pay $100 to fill a tank up when you're almost empty.
I never to give it low. I got this Bubs and Bop to get like 50 cents off a gallon. I love that.
Okay.
And all these points together.
All right. That's great.
I drove down Zanesville. I got 26 miles per gallon.
That's not bad.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I was not running the air or nothing, but it cruised about 26. My wife says, you getting that kind of mileage is safer than driving your Escort.
Yeah. Well, all right, Fergie. Well, I will get that coupon code to you. Like I said, I'll email that to Chad, and they'll get it to you in the next couple of days. Just watch your text messages. They'll text you the code to your smartphone. Okay.
Okay, appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you for listening in. And then somewhere down the line, after you put a few miles on it, you can
listen since your dad was on.
Going back a few years. Yeah.
Oh yeah. What happened was I worked for the Department of Corrections prison, and I go to a gun post, and I could hear the radio up there, and I could hear a big old 700 on the radio.
Yeah.
So I listened to that, and I said, "Oh, this is pretty good." But that's the only way I could ever get him was when I worked out on what's called gun post back in the 90s.
Well, I'm glad you found us on our new venue. You catching us on the smartphone app? Yeah.
Actually, I'm catching that. My wife, I got her hooked on it too. We're watching it on her computer in the morning. Listen to it every morning.
Okay, you got it on the screen. I got you. Okay. That's great.
It's pretty good. It's a lot better than WLW. I love it a lot better.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad you found us. Yeah, you'll have to give us a call here in a few months after you put a few miles on that truck once you treat it and let us know how things are running. How about that?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Steve.
All righty. Thank you for the call. Thanks for listening, and don't be a stranger. Call anytime. After all these years, first time call. All right. I don't know what you think about, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about Jeff Bezos. He's the Amazon guy, right? Apparently some people think he's the devil incarnate. Jeff Bezos, of course, he made the announcement that he's going to actually fly into space on this first human manned flight. I don't think they've announced who made the winning bid, or how many millions of dollars they're going to pay to be on that first flight. But there's a bunch of people that don't want him to come back. It's almost comical. From the New York Post. Blast off Bezos. More than 60,000 people have signed several different petitions to stop Jeff Bezos from returning to Earth after his Blue Origin spaceflight next month. They wanted to blast off and keep on going. days after he announced earlier this month that he and his brother Mark would fly on his space tourism company's first passenger flight. 2 different petitions were launched calling to prevent him from coming back home. One of the petitions, entitled "Do Not Allow Jeff Bezos to Return to Earth," has garnered more than 40,000 signatures. This petition says, "Billionaires should not exist on Earth or in space. But should they decide the latter, they should stay there." In space, in other words. There's another petition just entitled "Petition to Not Allow Jeff Bezos Re-Entry to Earth." More than 20,000 have signed that petition. All right, so yeah, Bezos is worth approximately $200 billion. There's one petition that says Jeff Bezos is actually Lex Luthor, referring to the DC Comics supervillain. He's actually an evil overlord hell-bent on global domination. We've known this for years. The author of that petition also claims that Bezos has worked with the Epsteins, the Knights Templar, as well as the Freemasons to gain control of the entire world. Meanwhile, our government stands by and lets it happen, they concluded. This may be our last chance before they enable the 5G microchips and perform a mass takeover. Okay. There's no conspiracy theories in that, is there? The 5G microchips. Maybe Jeff Bezos is actually one of those aliens that will be unveiled by the Pentagon report here in a few weeks. All right, I just had to share that with you. Is this Travis?
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening?
Steve, I want to let you know I got the biggest penis in the world.
That's that Travis. He's the one. I should remember that number, right? It's 4 total calls for Travis. Area code 914. Jot that to memory. I know you had the surgery here a couple of weeks ago, Travis. Guess everything must have went well on the surgery. What do you say? Heat wave, I believe.
You got it, senor. How you doing this morning?
You're not pulling a prank call, are you?
No, I would. That guy's got no class. I wouldn't do that to you, senor. Oh, so how'd the Father's Day go?
Had a good Father's Day weekend. Yes, indeed. Had a little bit of rain in the mix, but had a nice day Saturday. Got to go out to the Vinnicolet with the wife and enjoy some bluegrass, some hillbilly music.
Yeah. I heard you also did a little eating the pescado, huh?
I had a little had a little fish dinner there for my Sunday Father's Day. Yes, sir.
All right. Did your grandson play ball Saturday, or was that called due to Father's Day?
No ball over the weekend. Little Avery, actually. Rowan's been done. You know, he had his last game a couple weeks ago. Avery had his last game. It was this past evening. I didn't get to go. Wife was there. Oh. But his last game was this past evening.
How'd they do?
She said he did good. I guess he got a hit. She said, well, I didn't get it on film because I was holding Aubrey and I didn't have the camera out. So, but I guess he had a good game.
Well, good. Yeah, they just ain't nothing any better than having an innocent game of baseball. You know, as soon as they get out of college and the pros, you might as well just go ahead and throw it in the tank because they just play for themselves. Whereas over here, the kids in Little League and Pony Leagues and whatnot, I mean, they play and they have fun doing it.
Yeah.
So good. Well, I'm glad he had a good season. You know, you were talking earlier about having the autonomous trucking. And, you know, if hackers can get into all sorts of different items like the Colonial Pipeline or the JBS meat market or whatnot, how easy would it be for them to go ahead and hack into the programming of these trucks? Because it's not like they're going to be self-contained. They're going to have to expand their, they're going to have to get to the computers and satellites in outer space to figure out where their GPS location is. Someone's got to send them programming to go from point A to point B. And, just how easy would it be for someone to hack into that and say, hey, if you want your trucks back, you need to pay X amount of millions. And just think, if the meat market and the pipeline were taken over like that and caused that much havoc, what's going to happen to the trucking industry if everything goes, automated?
Yeah,
There's going to be pandemonium out there.
If you could reprogram, if you can hack in and program Destination B to be a different location, and it's kind of like a whole new way of hijacking a load, right?
Yes. Or you go ahead and you have that as a 40-ton roadblock. I mean, you get enough of them trucks lined up on the interstate, taking up 2, 3, or however many lanes there is, and you get them stacked deep. You can put a real slowdown to commerce and regular traffic right there.
Mm-hmm.
And if they have the system set up where they lock them brakes down and you cannot undo them, well, you've got a serious issue there. And when it's rainy or slick with snow or ice, how is that going to come into play? Are they going to have automatic chains that just come out and go underneath the tires so the tires can go on them?
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions there. I'm sure someone's already thought about that, or maybe they're like AOC. Let's all go electric. Well, I understand here in California the other day, the Governor Newsom told them, do not charge up your electric cars because it was such a drain on the power grid. And, you got to think about it and go, there's something fundamentally wrong with the system if you want to go all electric, but then you tell people don't charge up your automobiles because we can't keep up with demand. Let's think about it, people. I had a pretty good Father's Day weekend myself. It was short, but it was nice. I did a lot of sleeping, caught up on my sleep, and I'm glad you enjoyed the video from last year's Father's Day. I think a lot of people really enjoyed that one.
Mm-hmm.
That's one with the card saying, for your Father's Day, go to your best happy place, and it's tell you what, if I could have my bathroom set up where I had beer on one side, a barbecue on another, and a TV in there, yeah, I wouldn't want to get up off the throne either. So, so this wrestling match, I'm just looking forward to it. Mother Goose is not Mother Goose no more. He's the skipper if Gilligan's going to be in it, and that's all right. I mean, me, Crash, and Dave Smash, we'll be able to go out there and take care of business, and we'll send Porn Star to the island so he can go ahead and do a handicap tag team match against Ginger and Marianne.
There you go.
So get that squared away. I got one funny if I can get it in before the bottom of the hour.
All right,
we got the time.
Yeah, what the hell? We were late at the top. I mean, we're not on a strict schedule just yet. We're going to be on one fairly soon. But go ahead.
Okay, all right. So this hypnotist is performing for a group of 250 people, and he is hypnotizing them all en masse. And while he's got the little chain with his watch on there, the chain breaks and the watch hits the ground. And he looks down and says, "Oh, crap." Well, I understand it took about a month to clean the place up.
Uh-huh. Not bad. Yeah, that had to be, that was one hell of a mess.
You have a good morning, Steve. We'll holler at you later.
Oh, boy. Hope they had plenty of toilet paper on scene there. It's, all right, 28 before the hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination rates have plateaued in the U.S. over the last few weeks, with just over 65% of American adults now having received at least one dose. That means President Biden's goal of 70% by July 4th is likely to be missed. Dr. Amesh Adalja says the key now is removing any obstacles to getting a shot. The infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University tells CBS News that the vaccines getting full FDA approval will also help combat hesitancy.
What we're seeing now is that we're hitting a wall, that people who wanted to get vaccinated largely have been vaccinated, and now it's a lot harder to get each additional dose into a person's arm. So what I think we need to do is make this more convenient, make it more easy, make it something that people can do wherever they are without having to make kind of appointments. It just has to meet people where they are, including door to door. We have to kind of remove any obstacle that a person can have.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot for Liberty HealthShare. If you need a healthcare program for 2021, you are in luck. Liberty HealthShare offers affordable healthcare sharing programs starting as low as $199 per month. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. I found Liberty HealthShare 6 years ago. It was the best decision I've ever made. It's an alternative to health insurance. It's Christian healthcare sharing from a nonprofit ministry. There are no contracts. There's no network. You can choose any doctors or hospitals you want. Here's the most important things you need to know. First, credibility. Liberty has over 200,000 members. They paid out over $1.2 billion in claims in the past 4 years. Second, my personal experience. I'm a member. My children are members. Just in premiums alone, I've saved over $120,000 since I joined. Could you use an extra $120,000? To find out more about your health sharing options, call 855-58-LIBERTY, 855-58-LIBERTY, or go to libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. That's libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
You know, we've been talking about it on this program for weeks and weeks with the heat wave that's been ongoing out west. You know, it does tend to get hot in the desert, doesn't it? That's why it's called a desert. You're talking about electrifying everything. Mandating electric vehicles. You know, it's literally mandating the elimination of the internal combustion engine. Then it's going to lead to some real problems. What percentage of people to date actually are driving electric vehicles? I know there's a lot of hybrids out there. California probably has more than any other state in the country. All about electric. They're already beginning to see these sort of problems coming to fruition. As in, we don't have the ability to generate enough power for all these electric vehicles. According to Newsweek, as temperatures hit the triple digits last week, the state's power grid operators were asking residents to relieve pressure on the grid by not charging your electric vehicles during the peak energy use time of day. So I guess if it's not convenient for you to plug your car in just when the sun goes down, it doesn't work that way. The California Independent System Operator, the ISO, that oversees the grid, called on Californians to conserve energy twice last week through the use of what they call flex alerts, which ask residents to practice energy conservation on a voluntary basis. Charging electric vehicles before the time period covered by the alerts was included on the list of energy conservation tips, as well as avoiding the use of large appliances and turning off any extra lights. Now is the perfect time to do a load of laundry, the state's Flex Alert Twitter account posted. Remember to use major appliances, charge cars and devices before Flex Alerts begin at 6 p.m. today. There's a graphic that the ISO tweeted earlier in the day that also identified proactive electric vehicle charging as a strategy for conserving energy. Electric vehicles are considered a vital part of our plan to reduce emissions over the next 20 years. Last year, California's governor set a 2035 target date to end the sale of gas and diesel-powered vehicles in the state. Everything will, from that point forward, will be just electric. In the meantime, energy officials are trying to come up with a way, strategizing, trying to expand electric vehicle ownership and making charging stations more accessible. According to the lead commissioner on transportation at the California Energy Commission, last month, at the times of day Californians chose to charge their vehicles will be important in keeping the power grid balanced as the reliance on electric vehicles grows. Charging behavior matters when it comes to the grid's goals. Energy prices will also be key in helping those new charging behaviors stick by incentivizing primarily through rates. Charging behaviors that capitalize on when renewable energy is being generated. We basically have a win for the grid. We have a win for the drivers. In other words, if you're out of juice, if your electric vehicle is out of juice and it's mid-afternoon, you're going to pay an exorbitant price to charge your vehicle. So you can, I guess you can opt to stay where you are until the rates drop later in the evening, or you're just stuck. Or you can pay the price, right? That's the plan. All right, John, an interview with Newsweek, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory said electric vehicle owners mostly charge their vehicles at night. That will have to change so that more drivers are charging while energy production levels are higher. If you look at the load across the grid, it tends to spike in the evening hours when people come home from work. The use tends to dip overnight when people are sleeping, but this is the time when less energy is being produced by the solar power. There's no sun, and there's less wind, both of which are energy sources that will be increasingly relied upon as states like California embrace the clean energy. It's going to be a tricky problem. How much can we move what's currently overnight charging to be during the daytime hours? We're going to have some flexibility. And again, I probably could do a little search, see what percentage of Californians currently have electric vehicles versus what's the mandate going to be. You're going to need a whole lot more power generation if you're ever literally going to go to all electric vehicles. And I mean, not just California, the entire country. Yeah, we've got alerts going out in Texas this past week as well with the heat wave there. Hey, good morning, Double R. What's going on?
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Not half bad. How's your week starting off?
Well, starting off okay. We're down here in Texas. I'm getting ready to go through Dallas. Headed north. I got to stop in Tulsa, and then we're headed up to Michigan. And I think from there we're headed back south and pick up the new camper and get ready to go to Cincinnati.
Yeah, how about that?
We're working our way. Yes, sir.
Get the RV.
Yep, do the RV. That's it. So, yeah, I agree with what Heat Wave and everybody's talking about this electric vehicles. I honestly feel that they're pushing these electric cars as well as trucks just a little bit too quick. I mean, I didn't mean quick. I mean just too fast. You know, there is a lot of electric vehicles out here. There ain't a day goes by we don't see 15, 20 of them passing us, you know. But and then we just come out of Austin, come up 130 there, going around Austin, and that I guess that's going to be a Tesla truck plant that they're building right there. And my gosh, Steve, you ought to see that plant. I mean, it's a humongous. I guess it's going to be a truck plant and a battery plant all together right there, and it takes up a lot of ground. And then another thing I wanted to mention to you, you got to watch Doc Holliday. If you can remember when we were at Mid-America at the motel, he jumped from balcony to balcony and come knocking on your balcony door. You remember that?
Yeah, absolutely. I sure do.
And I mean, he's 1995, Steve. I don't know if I'd go that much. I really don't, because you know how he is. So, but anyhow, I just wanted to call and say hello to you. I'm out here listening. I'll be up all night tonight. We got to be in Tulsa in the morning, and then we got to be in Michigan Wednesday morning. So we're going to be out here for trucking up here. So I'll be listening, and I'll let somebody else get in. I just want to say hello to you. So
Well, it looks like you should have a pretty good driving night if you're heading north out of Dallas. I mean, you got smooth sailing from Dallas to Tulsa. The rain's going to be pretty much south and east of Dallas. You should have a good night for trailer trucking.
okay. Well, I hit some good rainstorms coming into Dallas just a little while ago, and which was a good thing because I wanted to get my truck washed, and I got it washed, so it's good.
There you go.
But anyhow, I'm having a hell of a time. I stopped at 4 places down here in Texas, Steve, for fireworks. I'm trying to stock up, and I'll tell you, it's a joke. You can't hardly find nothing.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm working on it. But anyhow, I'll go ahead and let somebody else get in here. And like I said, I'm listening. And oh shit, I just missed my ramp. Sorry.
Whoops.
Anyhow, that slipped. I'm sorry.
Sorry to have you distracted like that, Double R.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's life in the trucking business. So anyhow. I'll go ahead and let you go, Steve. And, hey, real quick, do I need to call Kyle or is it Chris up there at Hot Shock? I want to talk to him about my dually. It's got that Cummins motor in it, and I'm in this truck more than anything, and that thing just sitting in the driveway, and I put some additive in the fuel to keep the algae down on it, but is there anything else that I need to put in there? I mean, because I really don't want to have a bunch of problems down the road. You know what I mean?
So it's something to stabilize the fuel, you mean, kind of thing?
Well, my neighbor told me to put some additive in there to keep the algae down on it. He said it will build algae if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so I bought, the first thing I thought of is, your sponsor. I mean, so I put that hot shot in there, and so far everything's going great. But I was also told that I need to put it in there at least once every 6 months. And I'm just wondering if that's true, or would it be best for me to call Kyle or Chris or one of the people at Hot Shot?
I know Kyle's going to be in the office a couple of days this week. He's been busy with the racing schedule. I know he's going to be there the next couple of days, I believe. Right. So I'd give Kyle a call.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll do that because I just don't want no problems down the road. And I'm sure we've got some of these Hot Shot drivers out here listening on the radio. Maybe they could, advise me of what to do. That would be also, I'll take that under consideration as well. But by the way, who won Music City over the weekend? I didn't get to listen to it.
Tony Stewart.
Oh, really?
Smoke. Tony Stewart. Smoke. Yep, he did.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. But, one more thing I wanted to tell you real quick. I know you're busy. We were doing a 34-hour restart down in southern Texas, down there around San Antonio. And we was parked next to a moving van lines, okay? I'm not going to say their name over the air, and Anita noticed all weekend while we were sitting there to getting our reset, the keys were in the ignition on this truck. And the doors were unlocked. She didn't see no movement whatsoever of this truck. And you know how Anita is, Steve. She gets worried over the smallest things, and she's going, man, I hope he's not dead in there. I said, honey, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Well, we were getting ready to leave. And, of course, by the time we got ready to leave, this dude had already lost all of his air, in the back of his truck. And This was on a Sunday morning, to be exact. Well, I called the truck lines, and I'm trying to pay attention here. I'm sorry. Anyhow, I couldn't get hold of nobody. And I'm thinking, well, what the hell? So I told Anita, I said, I don't know what else to do. I said, the only thing I can think of is call the law. Well, I called the sheriff's department. And I told, the lady asked me 50 questions. And I said, ma'am, there might be a truck driver dead in this damn sleeper. Can you get an officer out here? I said, I'll sit here till he gets here. I mean, I have nothing to hide. And I don't know why you're asking me all these damn questions. I'm just trying to help somebody, that if possibility might need it. And anyhow, they sent an officer out, and he tried to get a hold of the trucking company, and they flat told him, well, they're closed on the weekends. What kind of trucking company is going to have, and this is a big trucking company, have all these trucks out here knowing on a weekend and nobody be there? I mean, what are you doing in case of, that's stupid. If, you had emergencies or something, well, what are you going to do? You have a wreck? Well, I can't call my safety department till Monday. They're home, That's crazy. That's stupid. You're going to have all these trucks out here. By God, you got to have somebody in the office manning the phones or have the phones forwarded to where in needs of help or, like what we were just dealing with, this truck, and, they asked me, did you open the door to try to get in the truck? I said, no, I'm not doing it until an officer gets here. I will sit here and I will help the officer if need be. But other than that, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. And she said, fine. Well, the officer was real nice, and he told me, he said, I will check it throughout the day. He took my phone number, and he did call me and tell me that the driver was fine, that he accidentally left his keys in the ignition, but, and he appreciated us doing what we did. But to me, that doesn't make no sense, Steve. You're going to have all these trucks out here turning and burning, trying to make the company money as well as the driver. Have somebody in an office or a phone forwarded to where, in case of an emergency.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the truck driver,
that's my opinion.
He wasn't there. He had left the truck there and gone home or something. He just had it parked there. Is that probably what happened?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The guy was out of Austin, and apparently he lived down where we were at. By the way, they got an Amber Alert up here in Dallas, gray Cadillac. So I figured I'd throw that out there across the air. But anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and get off here and let somebody else get on. I am listening and will be listening. And if I think of anything else, I'll call back in. So,
all right. Good to have you with us, Double R. Have a safe night. Safe travels. Headed to Tulsa. All right. I did a quick search there, and just curious, what percentage of vehicles in the country right now are electric vehicles? I mean, to the point where we're already talking about having concerns and issues with the national power grid being able to handle the load, especially in places like California and Texas and anywhere there's a heat wave. All right, according to the report from April the 6th of 2021, just a few weeks ago, the question, what percentage of cars are electric? On a global scale, 1 in 250 cars on the road is electric, meaning electric vehicles account for 2.2% of the global vehicle market share. Meanwhile, in the United States, plug-in electric cars account for less than 2% of the vehicle market. Sales of plug-in light-duty electric vehicles in 2020 totaled 296,000 units in the U.S. down pretty significantly from 331,000 in sales for 2019, due largely to the coronavirus pandemic, according to Platts Analytics. That's just a very, very, very small percentage of the vehicle market. Just ponder that for a moment. It's currently 1 in 250 vehicles on the road. And with that, we're rolling toward top of the hour, which we'll get our news update here. We'll come back. Chevy Guy will join us this morning. Didn't hear from Chevy Guy on a Monday. I didn't hear from Heatwave last night either, did we? Maybe they had a few nights off. Out on the road for the weekend, maybe. Meanwhile, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. Next hour, the story from Breitbart. Yeah, we've all been kind of scratching our head wondering, whatever came of Hunter Biden's laptop, right? It's come up several times on the program. It just really doesn't it seem like the story has all but disappeared once Joe Biden was sworn in as the new president. I guess we could say there's maybe a bit of an update from Charles Hurt, who says there is actually a Bernie Madoff level government corruption in Washington. There's a Clinton Foundation level grift in politics, and there's Anthony Weiner level sleaze wherever the media, government, and politics collide. Seriously, what does Hunter Biden have to do to become a scandal around here? I mean, nothing gets covered. All right, more on that. Again, very interesting story from Charles Hurt. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination rates have plateaued in the U.S. over the last few weeks, with just over 65% of American adults now having received at least one dose. That means President Biden's goal of 70% by July 4th is likely to be missed. Dr. Amesh Adalja says the key now is removing any obstacles to getting a shot. The infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University tells CBS News that the vaccines getting full FDA approval will also help combat hesitancy.
What we're seeing now is that we're hitting a wall, that people who wanted to get vaccinated largely have been vaccinated, and now it's a lot harder to get each additional dose into a person's arm. So what I think we need to do is make this more convenient, make it more easy, make it something that people can do wherever they are without having to make kind of appointments. It just has to meet people where they are, including door to door. We have to kind of remove any obstacle that a person can have.
This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175, mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
Arizona's Attorney General says the Biden administration is handcuffing law enforcement on the southern border as they try to deal with the immigration crisis. Tim Berg reports from the USA Radio News, Phoenix Bureau.
Large groups of illegal immigrants and asylum seekers continue to arrive at the U.S.-Mexico border, creating issues for border agents and local residents. Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich blames the Biden administration's policies on the immigration surge at the border.
The Biden administration is breaking the border. They're essentially destroying it, and it's up to them to fix it. And by them creating all these incentives or making it harder for ICE to do its job, they are encouraging more and more people to come here. The system is being overwhelmed on so many different levels, and the cartels are taking advantage of the situation.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. The Biden administration says they're making a more humane situation for illegal immigrants by reversing many of former President Donald Trump's policies.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
The Senate is expected to hold a procedural vote on the For the People Act, the sweeping elections reform bill that Democrats say would create necessary national standards for elections, but critics have called a federal takeover of the electoral process. Tuesday's vote is to advance the bill to a floor debate and is not expected to pass, needing 60 votes to advance. Oregon Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley is a co-sponsor of the bill and tells CNN what he hopes will come out of the vote.
Well, we hope tomorrow we'll see that the Democrats and independents are united, 50 senators saying that this should be on the floor being debated. And we're hopeful that maybe a couple Republicans will possibly part with Mitch McConnell and say they too want to defend the Constitution. They too don't think billionaires should buy elections, that we should have a debate on this. They too want to defend the right to vote and end gerrymandering. We're not expecting that, but just to have this vote tomorrow is to start kind of this accelerated, intensive process of saying if we're going to save the vision of our Constitution, we really have to get these national election standards in place before the end of this summer so that the elections next year can be based with those election standards.
And Brazil's health ministry says that more than 140 people have tested positive for COVID from the teams and delegations in the country for the Copa America soccer tournament. Brazil has seen a relatively uncontrolled spread of COVID and recently passed 500,000 deaths from the virus. Half of the participating national teams have had at least one positive test for COVID so far. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, there we go. Back at it here. No, the question he asks, seriously, what does Hunter Biden have to do to become a scandal around here? Around here being, in particular, Washington, D.C., and I guess anywhere with the mainstream media involved. How about cheating on his wife and children to sleep with his dead brother's widow? Nope. That happened. It just spawned waves of pity over the tragic loss of his brother. Yeah, remember when Donald Trump once famously joked that he could go out in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and he wouldn't lose any voters? Yeah, we knew it was a joke, but so many took it serious. He never shot anyone on Fifth Avenue, but he was accused of so many crimes by the Democrats and the media. Russian stooge, racist, rapist, gasser of protesters, murderous insurrectionist. I mean, it was all fantasy, but Trump was accused of it all. Oftentimes with extensive collusion of government intelligence services. Not only did Trump not lose any voters, he actually gained some 13 million more in the 2020 election. Which brings us back to Hunter and how curious it is that he is shrouded in this cult-like protection by the media. Trump spoke for millions of Americans, secured tremendous accomplishments. Hunter, on the other hand, speaks for no one and has never accomplished anything. Yet somehow there's this religious hysteria among the media to cover up his misdeeds no matter what he gets caught doing. He uses incendiary, racist, anti-black, anti-Asian language casually with family and colleagues. That would be enough to destroy a political career or get a child kicked out of school. But Hunter Biden? Hardly a peep. He gets caught using his father's position as vice president of the United States to secure lucrative contracts with international concerns, including our global adversaries. No big deal. Naked pictures, sex tapes, crack pipes, sleeping with hookers, sleeping with crack pipes. It's all out there. What happens to Hunter Biden? He gets a $2 million book deal. Finally, Hunter claims he's accomplished something. Art. Using a metal pipe about the size of a glass crack pipe, Hunter Biden blows some kind of mixture of paint and alcohol onto special paper to create colorful blotches. It's the kind of thing you'd tape on the refrigerator door if your kindergartner came home after finger painting. But Hunter Biden, it's a generational wealth windfall. For years, I would not call myself an artist, says Hunter. Now I feel comfortable saying it. Dutifully, the art world is just floored. As one New York art dealer put it, the art dealer predicted that Hunter Biden's works may fetch as much as $1 million. That same dealer admitted that the prices Hunter Biden could expect are at least a 1,000% markup because his father's president. He's the president's son. Everybody wants a piece of that. Nice work, if you can get it. Right? What do you have to do to become a scandal? All right, with that, let's get back up to Chevy Guy. Thanks for hanging in there this morning. How was your Father's Day weekend, Chevy Guy?
Hey, yeah, you left out a nude picture standing next to, looked like a 7-year-old girl dressed up in like a red silky underwear with the black fringe and her face made up like a harlot. Hair up, you know, a 7-year-old trying to make it look like a 25 or 30-year-old brothel girl, and the loss of the fire or the gun tossed in the trash or something like that. It just goes on and on and on. Oh, for tonight I've got to mention my state. You got to vote it now, and I'll vote for him again. Tim Scott comes on Facebook. So, you know, the woke or the tolerant left is after him again. And, you know, for his stand for being a Republican. And, well, you know, I go on there comment. I said, I'm not going to comment. Well, I read one after other. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, you've done such a good job. Oh, you done it. Well, so much for that. I got in there and I said, plain and simple. No, I hope you realize all them pictures of you smooching up to Elijah Cummings and bragging on how he's been your hero, and different Democrats. You just constantly putting pictures on there how much you just thank the world of Democrats and how they, and I said, never challenged what they were standing for, but turn around, and then turn around every time you turn around, you're fighting against Donald Trump by not saying a word. Everything that went on, and they called him racist. He should have been up there telling, no, he ain't no racist. Let me tell you who the racists are. Every time they opened up that door to that Donald Trump's a racist, he should have been in front of the cameras. And let me tell you who the racists are. And then you can point out old Tim Clyburn, putting up Biden, and then tell him who Biden supported, and tell him who the really racists are. No. He's too busy smooching up to the Democrats, and now here you go. You totally spit in the face of the people that elected you, that hired you to do a job, and now you're worried about them tearing you down. You got it yourself. And I said, and here's the clincher. You butt kissed the Democrats so much that now with this, what's going on in D.C., and they control all the voting, there won't be another Republican voted in this country again. It's just not going to happen. They're going to eliminate voter ID. They're going to eliminate anything that will block them from having illegals vote with the unidentifiable voter ballots. And it's just you're not going to see another Republican voted again in this country. And I said, and that's all because you decided to be quiet and sometimes stood against what Donald Trump said. And let's all remember this. Donald Trump bragged a lot. Yeah, he bragged to that broadcast. Oh yeah, I'm so rich and famous, women will let me grab them there. He didn't say that he did or he was going to, but he said that him being wealthy and rich, women do put it out there for him. Meanwhile, Biden, every time you watch Biden's hands, remember, he is accused of ramming one of his own office girls up against the wall and using one of them hands to penetrate her private spaces. And he's a rapist. So Hunt, hey, like father, like son, I guess. But no, yeah, hey, we'll see what happens with this. We'll see what happens with this. If they take over the vote, then it doesn't matter. Just under 2 years, it may not make a difference. We might lose our freedom sooner than later. But what it basically comes down is they're trying to eliminate the influence of the American people, because it's even harder it is hard. The only way you can control the Electoral College is when they have to sit there and vote against the majority, an overwhelming majority of the people. Other than that, if they come close, they can vote their own way. But hey, just pray God save America, because it's that serious. Mm-hmm. We are about to watch, if they get their way, we are about to watch Americans lose, the American people go from a government of the people, for the people, by the people, not from the government to the people, but from the people to the government. And it's going to be changed in that vote. If they win, it'll be a government that controls the people. So that's how serious it is. And nobody seems to understand. Nobody seems to care. You talk to people, they look at you glassy-eyed. They look, I was watching them clowns before I climb in the truck. The one with the glasses, Colbert or whatever, and they were making fun, and they're still making fun of Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and all like that. And they're talking about the COVID, and he had him on there talking about this. We'll be back to work in 3 months and all that. And all these people are laughing, and when they talk about Donald Trump, they boo. I like them to swing that camera around. I bet you that was all on track. I bet those weren't real people in that studio. But at the same time, let's just remember what they were repeating. They were actually repeating what Dr. Fauci was claiming was going to happen. So they were actually going by what the CDC reports were going by. So when they were on air talking about that stuff. So, hey, we are seeing that there's a ruling class. We are seeing that we are being hushed. Hopefully we'll have a vote in the next election that will mean anything. But other than that, it's still we're on the best country on the face of the earth. But I got to admit, somebody was, listen, I missed you last night because I had to take my wife to the doctor. And so but I was still sitting up doing laundry at the house, and I was still listening to you. I don't get a good internet connection. So, I was listening to what you were saying about the COVID shots and the people that are getting sick and it's like they're covering up the people that are getting injured and killed with the shots, i.e. Spaceman. What do you think about that? But you got somewhere else on the news, they were showing that they want to change our flag from the stars and stripes. They want to multicolor the stars, and they want to change the stripes. You know what? I support that. I support that because the flag stands for freedom. And if the American people allow this to happen, where this flag that we served under, this flag that we fought for, it cannot fly over socialism. It cannot fly over communism. So if they delete us, the free American people, I don't want them to. That's worse than burning the flag. That's worse than wiping the flag. At least that means something. But I'll tell you what. But to have the flag fly over a country that is nothing but socialism, is total government power over the people. Mind you, denying the power of spirituality and faith, because socialism does not bow its knee to any power above them. So you're going to lose your faith too in this situation. So if this country decides to go socialism, buddy, I hope they do change that flag, because that flag stands for freedom. And I'm sorry, I don't care if it made everybody mad tonight, but that flag, when I served when it flew over that destroyer, when I was out to sea, I knew it was a reminder of why I was there. I was there for my country, to serve my country. My country gave me a life of freedom, and I was there to keep the freedom. And I just going to leave it at that. God save America, and God bless Steve Sommers' overnight drive. And like I said, as long as you're on the air, we have hope, and that's the truth. Other than that, I'm over and out. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and sit back in the rocket chair and listen to other people.
All right. By the way, Chevy guy, your Forrest Sherman class destroyer model looks pretty good. $12, hey? That's a hell of a deal.
On first try on eBay, never been online at all, and all I did. My wife says, we ought to try to put a bid in on something. Try this out. And she says, well, what do you want? Forrest Sherman model. And she typed that in, and there was one there, and it was a the Fort Sherman is a ship of the lead ship of the class. So all I had to do is change the hull number. I used whiteout to change the hull number, and but it's the same hull, the same, from 1957 to 1965. It was last of the all-gun destroyers. In '65, they decommissioned it for 1 year, and then refitted it for anti-submarine rockets as rocks, and it became a submarine hunter. From 1965 to where it was decommissioned in 1983, and they end up sinking her as a target in 1988, and I served on her in 1976 to 1979 in aft engine room. So, yeah, I was thrilled. That's probably the only time I went on eBay, and there it was. I ain't seen anything like that since. So, and those models ain't cheap now. They're about $40-50 for a model at Hobby Lobby. So, yeah, I made out on eBay. But
there you go. You don't even hardly find models in stores anymore. You used to go to Kmart or whatever your big box store at the time was. They had a whole aisle, an entire aisle in the toy department. Both right and left side were all models, model cars and model ships, model planes. Put a few of those together. Speaking of the U.S. Navy, pretty impressive video. They detonated a mammoth 40,000-pound bomb next to our own aircraft carrier. It actually triggered an earthquake 100 miles away in Florida. Daytona Beach was shaken by a 3.9 magnitude quake during the USS Gerald R. Ford shock trial, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. The Navy blasted near its newest carrier thousands of pounds of explosives to simulate how the ship would perform if they were actually in battle conditions. The aircraft carrier completed the first scheduled explosive event of what they call full ship shock trials, and appears to have passed with flying colors. They wanted to check the newest, most advanced carrier by detonating powerful explosives to determine if the ship's actually ready for war. Images and video show this enormous burst of water shooting up from the ocean as a result of the 40,000-pound blast. So this occurred off the Florida coast last Friday. It registered as a 3.9 magnitude earthquake. Measured the seismic impact 100 miles off the coast of Ponce Inlet, a little town south of Daytona Beach. Via Twitter, some people were worried about the impact on sea creatures, dolphins, whales, an untold number of other sea creatures that might have been killed or seriously injured. I mean, for hundreds of miles from the test area. That might be a legitimate thought. I mean, you see what happens when you throw a stick of dynamite in the lake, all the fish that come floating up. I wonder if there were a bunch of fish that came floating up out there in the ocean. The first in-class aircraft carrier was designed using advanced computer modeling, testing, and analysis to ensure the ship is hardened to withstand battle conditions. And what they call these shock trials give them data to validate the shock hardness of the ship. The commanding officer says that the crew had been busy preparing for the blast since March, as a matter of fact. That's quite a bit of work when you have a ship with 5,000 spaces in it. So we have to prepare all of our gear. We're also going to prepare the crew, so the crew has to know what to expect. All right. And with that, we're looking at 26 past the hour. Let me jump over to, hey there, Horse Feathers, what's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, that was my first thought. You said that's a heck of a way to go dynamite fishing.
Yep.
But But anyways, so Double R had a question there about his dually there, and if I remember, that's pretty new. He just picked that dually up, right? And I'm assuming since he was worried about algae that it is a diesel, so I'd almost want him to think about considering that probably to be treated like one of the RVs. And of course, Hot Shot Secret came out with that special RV treatment there that has the fuel, has a stabilizer in it there that the fuel stabilization is good for 2 years. And but it's that two-step deal. I'm pretty sure that they do the fuel and the oil side, and probably at least FR3 in the oil, and if not, maybe possibly some of the stiction remover. But as I say, they have the whole setup for the RVs that are limited drivers that spend a lot of time sitting. So but if he calls into the 800 number there and he talks to one of the representatives, most anybody there will be able to set him up with whatever he needs, and up to Hot Shot Secret there. So I don't have their number. I have your 844-844-3388 pretty well memorized there. So
I say you do.
But as I say, if he calls up there to Mount Gilead and talks to one of the customer service people, or if he just goes and lets it ring through, usually Candy will pick up the phone, and Candy could direct him to anybody that he does need to talk to there to get his questions answered.
Well, I'm
thinking
I got a follow. I got an email from Kyle. I hadn't got a chance to go to it yet, but he did. He gave an answer. So we will give him all the details, what he needs to know.
All right. Very good, then. So, yeah, we'll catch you later.
It sounds like you're pretty much on track there, though, Horse Feathers. Not half bad. All right. Algae needs water to survive. So in order to keep algae from growing, it's important to first avoid moisture in your tank. Couple of tips. If you know the truck's going to be parked a while, try to keep the fuel tank topped off. Condensation from temperature changes generally develops on the bare side of the inside of the tank, so when it's topped off, there's less area for any sort of condensation to develop. Secondly, make sure you're using a fuel additive. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is designed for a deep clean every 6,000 miles, and of course the everyday diesel treatment designed for use in every tank. Both products contain important ingredients to help prevent algae, including a water dispersant, which causes any moisture in the fuel to fall out of solution to the bottom of the tank, where the water separator can remove it from the system, as well as a stabilizer, which will stabilize diesel fuel for well over a year, allowing the fuel to stay in grade and not become food for algae growth. There you go, Double R. Now, in the unfortunate circumstance that you ever do develop algae in your fuel tank, it's very difficult to remove it entirely from the system. It will likely require a very toxic chemical known as microbicide. Now, we do sell Primrose MP8 microbicide on HotShotSecret.com as well. But let's just avoid that by topping off the tank and adding one of our fuel additives so that the algae doesn't develop in the first place. So there you go. Thank you much. I knew Kyle had the answer there. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate is expected to vote Tuesday on advancing a sweeping elections overhaul bill dubbed the For the People Act. It's a piece of legislation that has no support from Republicans and some Democrats, like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, wary of supporting it. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said his party will give the bill no quarter.
They made abundantly clear that the real driving force behind S1 is a desire to rig the rules of American elections permanently in Democrats' favor. That's why the Senate will give this disastrous proposal no quarter.
And the president of the NCAA says he's committed to supporting name, image, and likeness benefits for student athletes after the Supreme Court ruled that the organization can't enforce limits on education-related benefits. The court ruling against the NCAA in a suit brought by a former athlete who argued that caps on education-related compensation violated federal antitrust laws. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, so somewhere in the mix here, I do have the breakdown. Yesterday was the day in court in the state of Georgia, where the judge, I heard the arguments from some of the leaders there saying, well, we don't need no stinking recount. Well, we don't need to take a further look at the absentee ballots, the mail-in ballots that had come in last November. He did not make a decision this past day, though. I guess he listened to the arguments and he said, all right, I'm gonna take some time on this. Kind of look over the facts. I don't know that he gave a timeline on when he will make a determination. This is talking about kind of opening up, unsealing, to take a closer look at the ballots. All right, maybe he needs to hear some of this as well. Some newly published notes jotted down by an election monitor that details a slew of issues witnessed in Fulton County. Carter Jones was tapped by the Secretary of State to observe firsthand the election in Fulton County. His notes detail what he saw from November the 2nd through November the 7th. So the day before to numerous days after the election. Problems started from the time I arrived at the English Street warehouse, which holds various election materials. At approximately 9 p.m., after the Secretary of State's office received reports throughout the afternoon of materials not being delivered to polling places in a timely manner or at all. Just 4 minutes after arrival, Jones saw an election official working to reset poll pads for a precinct. The precinct only received one bag of pads, despite the system at the warehouse showing both had been checked out. Jones said many bags of pads and other materials were not packed. Paperwork was not matching up. He actually used the word chaos and said there was much confusion. One county official blamed the Secretary of State's office, claiming they received a flawed file, but officials with the office responded that the alleged issue was easy to disprove. But issues continued cropping up on Election Day at State Farm Arena. Jones said there were too many ballots coming in for secure black ballot boxes, so workers were moving them in rolling bins at 2,000 at a time. This seems like a massive chain of custody problem. It's my understanding that the ballots are supposed to be moved in numbered, sealed boxes to protect them. Later in the night, the Monitor became aware of the reports that Fulton County officials said they were stopping counting for the night, prompting observers to leave only to resume with no one monitoring them. Jones did not arrive until about an hour after workers resumed counting at approximately 12:08 a.m. Jones reported that order is starting to break down. Ralph Jones, a Fulton County election official, newly rescanned some ballots that had already been processed by Shay Moss, an election worker. Inspector James Calloway arrives to investigate the accusations that the Fulton staff had told the press to go home and were now scanning without observers. Staff finally sealed up the ballot bins about 30 minutes later after leaving them unsealed for an undetermined period of time. Jones left and went to sleep after swinging back by the warehouse. As workers tried to scan adjudicated ballots in the afternoon of November 5th, all 5 scanners went down. Dominion Voting Systems technology employees began uploading to flash drives. Best practices say not to take down all scanners at once. Obviously, a backlog started building, according to the notes. Fulton County adjudicated some 106,000 ballots. That process applies to ballots that the tabulating machines cannot read. People then pore over the paper to see if they can ascertain who the voter wanted to vote for. At 7:07 p.m., workers started hearing they'd scanned just 10,000 ballots in 5 hours. People are realizing there's at least another 8 to 10 hours of work to finish up, so staff redoubled their efforts. A fresh wave of workers arrived about 30 minutes later. Jones heard one worker ask a colleague whether they were ready for a long night. Second replied, "Yeah, I'm ready to blank up." I must keep an eye on those two. Perhaps this was a bad joke, but it was a very poorly timed joke in the presence of a poll watcher. Wondering about the vetting practices of Happy Faces, which hires the temporary workers. He also said there seemed to be lots of training on the fly happening here with all these workers that had recently arrived. As the girlfriend of election director Rick Barron visited with him, despite lacking credentials to be in the room, Barron was reading tweets from fans who enjoyed the fact that he was wearing a Portland Timbers lanyard. Meanwhile, staffers were working hard to speed up their work. Barron was fired in February, but he remains at his job. Pressed for time, workers kept going into the early hours of the next morning, but the slog was wearing them down. For instance, Ralph Jones was making mistakes. Staff member tells him that he miscounted the same batch twice. He was off by one both times. Jones, the Monitor, later said Moss found some sloppy final paperwork submitted by one of the workers about 11:30 a.m. November 6th. One worker, described as panicked, told Jones that 4 boxes or trays of ballots were found at the warehouse. Jones said the ballots were cured and collected before the polls closed. The worker later agreed, saying the ballots were not found. Jones reminded both of the importance of precise language when the stakes are so high. Counting finally ended November the 7th. Jones' notes were obtained and published by Just the News. Secretary of State's office confirmed the authenticity of the notes. Fulton County did not respond to request for comment. Right now, the county is under investigation after legally required ballot transfer forms went missing. The presence of the monitor was made possible by a consent order approved by the state election board, which Raffensperger chairs. The order was agreed upon after Fulton County was plagued with problems in prior elections. Fulton County has had an ongoing issue. So for the judge, sure sounds like we might need to open up and take a closer look. All right, back to the calls we go. I believe it's Scrapyard. Good morning. What's happening?
Oh, what's happening, Captain? Just out here playing in the fog. Yeah, on that Gerald Ford test, the environmental groups are already losing their minds and all that, and they're not realizing there's a great deal of science backing it up. The United States Navy is the world's largest employer of marine biologists. They have teams of these marine biologists are riding on all these ships, even the Coast Guard. Whenever they conduct some kind of live fire test, war games, whatever, they make sure that there are no marine mammals or sea turtles within so many miles, and they also check the migration times and migration routes of these animals to make sure that they're gone. They have to double check, and if they so much as find as one in the area, they have to call off. After spending millions of dollars for one of these tests, they have to call it off until they clear the area. They have a service, a branch of the Navy called MATS, the Marine Animal Technical Service, that has the final say on any of these kind of drills. And they also MATS also has their own rescue team, that in case that an animal gets injured, be it a marine mammal or a sea turtle, they go out and retrieve them. From a sea turtle all the way up to a blue whale if they have to.
How about that?
Yeah, the United States Navy is the world's largest single employer of marine biologists. And it doesn't matter where in the world that they're at. Say, like if they're having sea trials or war games out there near the Philippines and whatnot, they've got those people with them constantly. It's just not just go out there and let's blow something up. And these people do all the double checking. They have the final say. If it's a threatened environment, then they completely shut it down.
Wow. Very interesting. I don't know. I guess what do they use? Some sort of radar to determine? I guess they could see whales and whatnot. Can they spot if there's a school of dolphins in the area?
That the whales and sea turtles. On the sea turtles, what they do is they monitor when hatching or when egg laying is going on, and they actually put tracking units on select sea turtles of different species, and turtles actually travel in a large migration group. They'll gather in an area when it's time for them to come in and lay their eggs. They'll show up in droves, basically. Mm-hmm. So they can tell by using these satellite tracking units. And with the whales as well, they pretty much do the same thing, but the whales give themselves away with their songs. And based on the time of the year, their biology, when it gets nice and hot, the whales, they had depending on where they're at, close to the equator, they either head north or south into cold coastal waters, chasing after what they eat. Mm-hmm. They in the summer months they head north or south. They'll go up close to the North Pole and then down close to the South Pole in the warmer months, and because they'd overheat in the summer months if they stayed down around the equator. The dolphins, they migrate all the way up around New York City at this time of year. Mm-hmm. And so they plan all of this accordingly to the migration routes and the observations of their teams that are scattered out all over the world, based at various naval bases and on board ship. So they do take it very seriously.
Very interesting. All right. Well, that kind of answers one of the questions we were all thinking.
All right. Well, y'all have a good evening. Be careful.
Thank you for the heads up there. All right. Somebody in the know out there, right? Now, what's the idea? Let's take a look at that. Taking a left turn, as we know, can be a problem, time-consuming, especially in busy traffic. One researcher suggests if we remove left turns, it'll save everybody time, money, and carbon emissions. All right, it's a nonprofit organization. In an article published, written by academic experts, discussing his nearly 10 years of research on traffic flow on urban streets and transportation safety. This is an associate professor of civil engineering at Pennsylvania State University. He makes an argument to eliminate left turns. One study looks into cities converting one-way downtown street networks into two-way streets. Researchers found that two-way networks serve fewer vehicles than one-way networks. However, in two-way networks, there are no left turns. Vehicle trips occur at a higher rate than one-way networks. For city planners, that means converting one-way city streets into two-way streets without left turns is much more efficient. Let's see. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration looked at crashes at intersections. About 40% of vehicle crashes happen at intersections. Intersections also amount to half of crashes with serious injuries and 20% of crash fatalities. Among all the crashes at intersections, more than 60% involve someone turning left. The argument is when a motorist makes a left turn at an intersection, they have to cross oncoming traffic, obviously increasing the risk of a crash. This is mitigated with left turn signals that stop the oncoming traffic. However, that slows down the general flow of traffic. How can banning left turns be better if you have to go around to get where you're going? If you can't turn left, undoubtedly that means you're going to have to drive further to complete additional right turns to cross an intersection. Now, they're saying we're not proposing getting rid of every single left turn. Rather, we need to eliminate left turns and more appropriate for certain urban areas in certain settings. Now, I did, somewhere down the line, I thought I had heard UPS tried something like this. They did apparently do a real-world no left turns experiment. Sounds good in theory. Will it work in practice? According to UPS, yes, it will. UPS's massive scale makes the smallest changes a potential to save millions of dollars. In 2004, they implemented a new policy for delivery drivers to avoid left turns, even if that means taking several right turns to get to a destination. The company says only 10% of drivers' turns are left turns. UPS built a system called On-Road Integrated Optimization and Navigation, ORION for short, a 1,000-page algorithmic optimization. It's a technique for faster, more practical problem solving. All right. It doesn't necessarily map the perfect route or even the best one, but it gives drivers workable routes based on experience. It learns over time and speeds up the process, and it gets smarter over time. In this case, UPS claims eliminating left turns resulted in saving 10 million gallons of fuel, 20,000 tons of carbon emissions reduced, and the ability to deliver 350,000 more packages. How about that? That's, of course, a big company. That's a big-time test example. So, for what it's worth. Hello, Philip.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Not half bad. Made it through Monday, you know? The hard part's behind us.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah. I was out there doing LTL routes when those UPS guys were running down one side of the street. The only problem is what happens when you get to the end of the street on the one side. You got to make a turn and go back left. You got to go left to go back up the other side. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just the way it was when being an LTL driver, we tried to do that. But I was there when UPS implemented that kind of stuff. I think they still do that today. But, yeah, they work one side of the street, and then they work the other side of the street instead of going back and forth across. So, but they still have to go across, though, at either end of the street. You know, when they do their left, they got to do a left turn one way or another. You're going to have to do a left turn. I don't know who's thinking all that stuff, but, yeah, it happens. But it also depends on the driver, too. You're talking about saving fuel. Well, shoot, man, UPS, some guys leave the truck on, some guys turn the truck off every time they get out of it. You know, I mean, there's a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things. Yesterday on your show, you were talking about turnover in the industry. Do you remember when you were talking about that?
Yeah, how Amazon apparently has a similar mentality to many of the big trucking fleets.
Absolutely. Well, the major corporations in the world, it seems like to me that in some instances they care more about making the cash and putting butts in the seats, like you said yesterday, which I get it. I mean, if you look at the big trucking companies, you know, like a lot of them, I'm not going to mention any names, but anyway, they want to put people in the seats. Think about all the money that these companies have spent, Steve, getting people off the street into a truck that have never even driven before. They spend millions of dollars on trainings, and then some guys, they don't make it. They don't make it. It's not for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they make them pay that money back to them, you know, and I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff. You talked about the owner-operator thing. Guys want these companies trying to get guys in the trucks for owner-operator, and all it is a scam. They're going to keep the truck, and they're just going to put you into the ground and make you work, you know. Out here in the real world, and a lot of people don't understand, it's all about cash. They're trying to make as much as they can out here. And that's why people were so adamant about the minimum wage, because a lot of the companies for many years didn't step up to the plate and pay a higher wage. And we know as well as I do, Steve, that if they can get rid of one guy and have another guy replace it, say, for instance, you got 5 guys that are doing the same job, but you found out you got one guy that can do that job, you're going to have that one guy paying him instead of paying that 5 guys. But now it's catching up with them on all the stuff, and now they're blaming it on pandemic. Do you think any of the companies over the years, Steve, have taken into account for inflation? Do you think any of them have?
I doubt it.
You know, I mean, how many times have you worked at a job, Steve, and it's been low paying job, and the rate of inflation just keeps coming up, but the pay don't coming up? Usually most of your big companies, they usually give you 4 or 5% cost of living increase every year if everything was in a perfect world. You know, now we've got the pandemic, that ain't happening. You know, it's just a blame game. And I hate to say it, I don't mean to be mean or nothing. The upper echelons of these companies are the ones making the money. It ain't the people out there doing the job. If you look at these major trucking corporations that are out there right now, their management is bringing in the cash. Drivers are not. So that's pretty much all I had to say, Steve. So you have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. And, yeah, have a great day. Great Tuesday. We got to get our news break here as we've reached the top of the hour. The midnight hour has arrived on the West Coast. We make our way into a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate is expected to vote Tuesday on advancing a sweeping elections overhaul bill dubbed the For the People Act. It's a piece of legislation that has no support from Republicans and some Democrats, like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, wary of supporting it. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said his party will give the bill no quarter.
They made abundantly clear that the real driving force behind S1 is a desire to rig the rules of American elections permanently in Democrats' favor. That's why the Senate will give this disastrous proposal no quarter.
And the president of the NCAA says he's committed to supporting name, image, and likeness benefits for student athletes after the Supreme Court ruled that the organization can't enforce limits on education-related benefits. The court ruling against the NCAA in a suit brought by a former athlete who argued that caps on education-related compensation violated federal antitrust laws. You're listening to USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
COVID vaccination rates have plateaued in the U.S. over the last few weeks, with just over 65% of American adults having received at least 1 dose. That means President Biden's goal of 70% by July 4th is likely to be missed. HHS Secretary Javier Becerra says America will get there. He tells ABC News that it's important for people to go get their shots in order to lessen the chances that new variants of the virus can spread.
It should come, and we're going to continue to do everything we can on our end to make it possible. The vaccines will be there, the efforts will be there, the outreach will be there. We need to see Americans get vaccinated because now we're seeing these ominous trends with these variants of COVID-19, which become more dangerous because we never know if one of them is going to be mutate into a strain that is very difficult to contain and not or is able to escape some of these vaccines. And so more and more, Lindsay, what we want to do is get people vaccinated because the more we're vaccinated, the less likely these variants could take off.
This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down. 3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Some rioters arrested during violent protests in New York City last summer are having their charges dropped. Tim Berg reports.
Hundreds of alleged looters and rioters busted last year in protests over George Floyd's murder by police have had their charges dropped. That's according to new data released by the NYPD. In the Bronx, which saw fires in the streets and mass looting in June 2020, more than 60% of arrestees have had their charges dropped. That's according to an investigation by NBC New York. Jessica Betancourt owns a Bronx eyeglass store that was looted in 2020.
I think it's just disgusting. It's outrageous the way we're getting treated. No one made an effort to even come to the stores and say, you know what, can I get some surveillance? Can I get some fingerprinting to see if we could catch these looters? No efforts were made by the city.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Sources in the DA's office say in many of the cases, the evidence was not strong enough to secure a conviction.
And the Trump Organization has sued New York City after it ended its contract for a golf course at Ferry Point Park. The city terminated the contract following the January 6th riots at the Capitol, alleging that the former president incited the riot and was therefore in violation of the contract. In the lawsuit, the Trump Organization argued that New York Mayor Bill de Blasio had a pre-existing political bias against the former president and used the events of January 6th as a pretext to terminate Trump-related contracts. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We already know inflation is an issue, big time. Everything up and away. Been talking for, well, a year now about the chip shortage, the global chip shortage, which is not only affecting the manufacture of automobiles. That gets most of the attention. It's pushing up the prices of laptops and printers. Threatening to do the same to many other top-selling devices, including your smartphones. Price increases are snowballing their way through suppliers and key materials in chip making as the industry rushes to meet rising demand and plug supply holes. As a result, many of the world's largest chip makers are raising prices they charge to the brands that make computers and other gadgets. The increases are expected to continue, they say. And we, the customers, are starting to feel the pinch. Prices of popular models of some laptop computers have been creeping up in recent months, among other electronics becoming more expensive. A laptop geared towards video gamers that Amazon lists as its best seller went up $50 in price just this month alone. The cost of a popular Hewlett-Packard Incorporated Chromebook rose to $250 from $220 since the beginning of June. HP has raised consumers' PC prices by 8%. Printer prices are up by more than 20% over the past year. Other PC makers have struck a similar note. As we think about component cost increases, we will adjust our pricing as appropriate. Yes, that's called passing on the cost. It always goes down to the consumer. We'll be paying more for everything. An Osutec executive last month said that their company is reflecting their component cost increases in their consumer pricing. We get to pay for it all right? Hey, let's get back to the calls here. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
How was your Father's Day?
Had a good Father's Day weekend. Thank you. Yes.
Well, finally got all my crap out of Illinois, Steve. Made it back to Nashville. Got unscathed by the storms. I knew they were coming, so I left early. Left about noontime, and when I got back to my bed in Nashville, I turned on the TV at 11 o'clock and saw how those storms, man, devastated Naperville and Woodbridge in there. And thank God nobody was killed, man. Those were some bad storms.
Yep, they were.
They had a lot of video of quite a few homes that were destroyed. And this, the scary part is I was reading an article. More and more tornadoes now are happening at night. Rain infused where you can't see them, and difficult to spot, track. So you got to make sure you got a weather radio, and your smartphone's got alerts on it that'll wake you up. So pretty scary stuff when you're sleeping in bed, especially if you got little ones in the house.
Yeah, I see you've had some rain down there in central Tennessee this morning. You got rain there in Murfreesboro tonight?
Not sure. I'm not back yet.
Oh, okay.
I went to a place. I'm working now, but I got all my stuff moved last night. But I went to Oakville, Illinois, which it's between Mount Vernon and St. Louis. I've never heard of the place before, but I'm headed back from there, back to Nashville. So, hey, Steve, did you check out that one article? I don't know if you got it or not, about the Challenger explosion back in '86.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. What this particular writer trying to say that they believe the astronauts actually survived the initial explosion and maybe died, on impact with the water?
Well, it was they were unconscious before they would have hit the water, because they were saying that they were traveling at 20 Gs.
Okay.
Back, before they plunged into the water. So they would have been pretty much, I guess, dead before they even hit the ground, I'm guessing. But I guess in the investigation, they found out somehow, some way, after the explosion, that two of the astronauts had turned on their oxygen. So they had to be alive to do that, I would gather.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So that's an interesting book that guy put out. I think it's called The Blue something. I forget what it's called. The Blue Fire or the Blue Comet. But interesting book. I'm gonna check it out, see if I can get it off Jeff Bezos' site. Probably be worth some money because he's not coming back, right?
Right? Yeah, stay out there.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, the things that people think of, right? Let's get a petition going to keep Jeff Bezos out in space. It's amazing. But get back to what Philip was talking about. I agree with him somewhat on, the driver pay. For the big box companies, we all know who they are. They're a bunch of cheap asses, and that's why the turnover is so high. Like I know the company I work for, LTL, and many of the other big ones. Most of our drivers are here 10, 20, 30. We got a guy retiring in Nashville. He's been here 40 years. So that tells you something about the type of company that I work for. The benefits are great. The pay is top. Most of our drivers are making six figures, and higher. That's being a company driver, Steve. We don't have to buy insurance or plates or, pay for fuel. We get in the truck and bring it back and go home, and it's a good deal. But the one thing about, getting butts in the seat, which kind of ticks me off, is I haven't shifted a truck in 3 years. They're buying all these automatic trucks and they suck.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely suck. Especially driving in this area, you go down a hill at 70, 75 miles an hour, then all of a sudden you go to climb a little hill and the damn thing slows down to, 60, 55, 50. Pretty soon I'm chugging along at 45 and I got these semis, man, just blowing by me. These guys like monkey gouger and stuff, it's just really frustrating that I can't, pick my own gear. You know, and these motors in these new trucks, they suck with all this computer stuff in them. That's my opinion. I can't stand it. I'm driving a brand new 22 International, 6,000 miles on it, and I could barely go 45 miles an hour up a little hill.
Wow.
You know, it's absolutely frustrating. But, you know, here's the thing. You know, for them to hire drivers, you know, they don't have to know how to shift. I mean, basically just know how to drive and back up and be safe. They don't have to worry about shifting. And I don't know. That, to me, that's not the way it should be. Because I used to enjoy shifting, you know. I mean, it kept you awake, kept you, you know, you paid more attention to what was going on, you know, to make sure you're in the right gear and stuff.
Sure.
But now you just kind of sit your butt in the seat and, you know, it's almost like being in an automatic truck, except the only thing you're doing is holding onto the wheel. So, but anyway, there's some interesting stuff going on with the voting and these investigations, and we'll all see what comes out of it. But
I mean, what do you think about the Georgia scenario there that we were sharing? I mean, if that judge comes back now and agrees with the city officials that say there's no need to take a look at them, that throws up a big red flag to me.
Yeah, Steve, you know, it's just crazy. You know, look what you were talking about with the Hunter Biden thing. You know, these leftists just want to, you know, brush this stuff under the rug. This media, like we talked about, is so corrupt. I mean, so corrupt. It's just sickening. You know, like, and the worst of them, I'll tell you, is that Chuck Todd, man. That guy is the worst of the worst. I mean, he was talking about this CRT, that it's clickbait. It's not true. Critical race theory is not true. That's what he said the other day.
Mm-hmm.
It's just clickbait. You know, it's everything that a Republican talks about is a conspiracy theory. That's his, you know, that's his comeback on everything. You know, he doesn't let anybody on his program that will debate him because the guy's an idiot. You know, his wife is a total Democratic operative. Chuck Todd's wife, I think her name is Mary Todd something. I mean, you know, she's another woke leftist. So these people, Steve, we know it. They just, they're all falling in line. You know, and if you don't get in line, you're a white supremacist.
And I think he lost his cell. All right. Yeah, you broke up for a minute there, but you're back.
The guy the military advisor that got his job back, he was reinstated by the Pentagon. He called Donald Trump a Nazi, compared him to Hitler. Did you read that story?
He resigned, right?
Yeah, well, he got his job back. He was reassigned, and then he got reinstated. And I forget what his title is in the military, some kind of civilian advisor. But he's got all these tweets on his social media account. You know, Donald Trump's a Nazi, Donald Trump's a Hitler, all of this. I mean, if Kevin McCarthy or Nunez from California was calling Biden a white supremacist and a Nazi and a you know, whatever, a segregationist, how long do you think it would be before they call for their resignation for them to be fired?
Sure.
I mean,
instantly.
It's just a hypocrisy. Same with what's going on in New York, Steve. I just heard it on your newscast again. How 60% of the people, these Antifas and BLM and the reprobates that were burning and looting and stealing, 60% of them, the charges were dropped. No charges. I mean, it's just shocking.
I touched on that last evening, the fact that they're dropping the charges. I think they're dropping it to a trespassing charge, which has nothing more. I mean, there's no jail time or anything for a trespassing charge. But what about all these hundreds that they've rounded up that are still sitting in jail participating on January the 6th? Well, why aren't they dropping their charges?
For doing nothing, Steve. For standing outside the Capitol, some of these people are still in jail. We talked about it last week. You know, they were just standing there taking pictures. You know, they were enjoying a rally, a speech by Trump until all that stuff started. But they had nothing to do with that riot. Nothing at all. Some of them did, and they deserve, you know, the consequences. But even to be treated, those people to be treated the way they are. I mean, there's murderers, rapists, child molesters that get treated better than that. I mean, it's just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Totally wrong. And, you know, we all knew it when Kamala Harris set up the bail fund for all those rioters in Minnesota. You know, they were going in the front door of the jail and out the back door. You know, it's been going on for over a year now. Same with Antifa in Portland. I mean, all the charges that were dropped on them. And even the Portland police, all the resignations, they're blaming it on the politicians, you know, for not taking a stand and letting the police do their job, for letting them, all these people badmouth them.
Yeah.
So, just, I don't know, Steve. I do want to disagree with Chevy guy, though, about what he said. That vote for H.R. 1, that's not going to pass. That is not going to pass the Senate. There's no way. They need 60 votes. And there's already a few Democratic senators that are speaking out against that. You know, McConnell, hopefully he's got a spine. He did come out and make a statement on that, but there's no way that's going to pass. You know, we all talked about what's going on in that bill.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, it's for the Democrats to take power.
I know they were talking about trying to. Weren't they trying to do that maneuver where they can get it just a 50 vote to get it through?
I'm not sure they could do that with this. There's only I think a certain amount of times they can use that.
Correct.
I know they want to pass that. That budget bill, that resolution, which is going to really put a burden on the middle class with that death tax and everything, and the inheritance tax. I think you were talking about how you know kids are going to end up with nothing when their parents leave them their house and they got to pay all that personal income tax on that inheritance. They're trying to pass all that crap, so I think they can only use it so many times.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep. So I don't think they're going to be able to do it with this bill, even though it passed the House. McConnell came out and said they're not even going to give it a forum. So I believe they need 60 votes to get that through, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, they'll have 0 Republican, but yeah, I mean, even if they may not even get Manchin, and
no, he's already spoke out against it, and he said he's not voting for it. And I think there's one or two others, like maybe Sinema, and I think there was one other one. But I still haven't got an answer back from Blackburn or Haggerty on what they're going to do about the January 6th people that are in jail. I did write them a note, so hopefully I'll get an answer back soon. She's usually pretty good about her staff getting back to you. So I want her to stand up for these people and at least try and get them some help, Steve. You know, to get them out of jail. They don't belong there. So, anyway, buddy, it was good talking to you, and thanks for my call, and I'll get back on you this week sometime.
All right. Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Steve. All right. So, hey, the question had been, what happens when the power goes off? That's what happens. Woo. So, yeah, Power just came back on, but, I think our computers are all, we did stay live, right? Yeah, that was good times. Hey, it's news update time, though, just a moment away. We'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Let's see, we got a couple minutes here. It's 26 past the hour, so. Double R, yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for taking my call again, Steve. First, Kyle and all them call me there. I'm having a brain fart right now. I'm sorry. But anyhow, didn't Arizona on the votes, didn't they say that the votes were flipped? Meaning they put Biden's name in Trump's votes. Didn't they flip that? I thought they come up with the. Go ahead.
Yeah, they were looking at. You're talking about the voting machines malfunctioning or whatever. Yeah, that's all. That's all supposed to be part of the forensic analysis of the Dominion machines there.
Okay.
I don't know that they conclusively come up that any of that happened or not, but.
Okay. What would happen, being the man had already taken the oath, and things turn around and went sour towards him, which I hope they do, would they, how would they do away with the swearing in and stuff? I mean, how would they do that? I mean, I think this is all new to everybody,
Supposedly, what's going on in Arizona, they're saying even if they do uncover, fraud, whatever, that it's not going to, quote, overturn the election because it definitely was certified by Congress, October 6th. That's what many of the people that were there were hoping to stop the certification. They wanted Mike Pence to step in and not let the certification proceed. Right. You're right. It's uncharted territory. Too little, too late. It's not going to overturn the election. Only thing it's going to do is potentially open the eyes of people to say we need voter ID. We're not going to mail out en masse all these ballots to people like they did in 2020, and hopefully we'll take back the House and the Senate in 22 and the presidency in 24.
Okay, I got you. And plus, they're going to end up wasting taxpayers' money like they did on the so-called impeachment crap, and I got you. All right.
I mean, you are seeing, they're doing surveys and whatnot, and I think there's like 30% of Republicans, something like that say they think Trump's going to be like reinstated, by the end of August or something. I mean, I don't see that.
That's what I've been hearing, too.
See, you hear that, but I don't think there's any way that could happen. I really don't. But maybe it depends on what they uncover.
That's what I couldn't understand.
Yeah. I mean, it is uncharted territory.
How are they going to flip a vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, Okay. All right. So, and real quick, I want to tell Fourth Feathers tried to call me while I was on the phone talking with Jim about my truck, and sorry I missed the call, but I want to thank him for putting out the info on the air as well. So anyhow, Steve, I'm going to get off here. I know you're at news time, and I don't want to be the sour apple of you not getting your news. So.
Okay. All right, we'll get that. We'll take care of that. News break time here, bottom of the hour. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House has announced where the next donation of 55 million doses of COVID vaccine will be heading. About 41 million of those will be distributed through the UN's COVAX program, which will send 14 million to Latin America and the Caribbean, 10 million to Africa, and 16 million to Asia. The U.S.'s initial donation of 80 million doses has now been completely allocated, though they will not be distributed by President Biden's goal of the end of the month. And the Trump Organization has sued New York City after it ended its contract for a golf course at Berry Point Park. The city terminated the contract following the January 6th riots at the Capitol, alleging that the former president incited the riot and was therefore in violation of the contract. The company had operated the course located in the Bronx since 2015. In the lawsuit, the Trump Organization argued that New York Mayor Bill de Blasio has a pre-existing political bias against the former president and used the events of January 6th to terminate Trump-related contracts. This is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you're not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, you do have some heavy rain continuing to fall in parts of Alabama that were inundated by Claudette over the weekend. Got some flooding issues this morning. Now there's the zone right between Gadsden and Birmingham, where according to the National Weather Service there, 10 minutes ago, they say radar indicates thunderstorms produced heavy rain. 2 to 4 inches of rain has already fallen at a rate of 1 to 2 inches in an hour. Maybe another inch of rainfall in the warned areas. So again, that's flash flood warning till 4 o'clock a.m. Central Time. About another hour and a half there. Meanwhile, let me flip back over to the radar scene. I'm looking at, we got 2 separate areas of heavy rain. The heavy rain's now pushing into, the Chattanooga area. You've seen some from Chattanooga to Huntsville all the way down to, again, about Birmingham. That's a block of heavy showers and thunderstorms. You got more flooding rains. Southern Alabama, most of the heavy stuff is now east of Mobile, but rolling into the western portions of the Florida Panhandle. You got some thunderstorms reaching some heavy rain from Dothan, Alabama. It's a mess driving along I-10 in the western Florida Panhandle tonight. Definitely having to slow things down. Some of these thunderstorms going to be pushing into Panama City here in the next little bit. Yeah, more heavy rain's going to be coming in off the Gulf of Mexico from about Pensacola, again, to Panama City, moving on up into southern Alabama. Some of that rain beginning to push up, going to be making its way toward Albany, Georgia, in the next couple of hours. Heads up, weather-wise, another update here. Yeah, you saw some of that July-like heat to start the week in the Northeast. Not going to last much longer. A more refreshing air mass is waiting in the wings. Yeah, following those violent thunderstorms. Yeah, we saw mid-June normals, Father's Day weekend. Several cities closed in on 90 degrees Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, the heat held on for most of the Northeast there on Monday. Afternoon highs Monday ranged from the middle 80s to lower 90s. For many locations, it felt like you were well into the 90s with the moisture in the air, the heat index, as we call it. That extreme heat for early in the week is going to be erased by this cold front sweeping through as we speak Monday night into Tuesday. Could see some pockets of rain as well. The front will also spark some stronger thunderstorms in parts of the region. Yeah, we saw some of that several hours ago. I'll zoom back up to the north to see if we still have any strong storms impacting that region. Now, it's like mostly just your general run-of-the-mill rain, what's left. Scattered showers here and there Yeah, from Buffalo, New York, over to Binghamton, New York, down toward north of Scranton, PA. Some additional showers from Pittsburgh down to Parkersburg in that region. Charleston, West Virginia, you got some light rain this morning. That's the front bringing in the much cooler temperatures, though. Yeah, the drier conditions move into the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley today. You'll still see some soggy weather along the I-95 corridor. But a drop in temperatures. Instead of highs near 90, most today will be upper 70s, lower 80s, then even cooler by midweek. The coolest air waits until Wednesday. The entire region dries out. Even in the morning, temperature forecast to start off in the 60s with widespread highs only in the 70s. So highs on Wednesday afternoon, probably 15 degrees lower than what you saw Monday afternoon. And the drop in humidity will also be very noticeable. Dew points dropping into the low 60s. Looks like high pressure is going to dominate the weather pattern across the Northeast, probably for the remainder of the week then. That'll shield most of the region from any wet weather through that period of time. Looks like the late June sunshine temperatures will slowly begin creeping back toward normal toward the end of the week. Then the wet weather returns to the Northeast by next weekend, they tell us. Okay, let's get back to our calls this morning at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy? What do you say?
Not much, Steve. First thing off, Friday morning I told you I still hadn't got that card yet.
Yep.
Well, Friday afternoon when the mail rang, guess what? I got my card.
All right, I was just talking to Kyle about that yesterday, and they weren't handling the mailing out of I guess the folks at Blue Def were handling that through a third party or something. He said they told him it could take up to 4 weeks. So, well, there you go. You got it.
Yeah, it come from way out west. It come from way out west somewhere. I can't remember where it was. I was out west, but I told you Friday morning on your show I hadn't got it, and about my mail run about 2:30 that afternoon. I had it.
Okay.
So I thought, well, all I have to do is mention and I get it.
There you go.
You talking about that weather? Over the weekend, we were about 95 all weekend with a lot of humidity. Right now, it's 62 and folks are dropping down to about 58 tonight, 55 tomorrow night. And we're going to struggle to get the 80s next 2 days. So it feels good right now. You don't even need air conditioning.
Yeah.
You were talking about Hunter Biden earlier. A couple of years ago, I think it was, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe about time, I don't know, it's been the last 3 or 4 years. He had a custody case, not a custody case, but a child support case down here in Arkansas where he got a girl pregnant and they had to prove that he was the father, and now he's having to pay child support. You talk about some of the stuff he does.
Correct, yes.
He took him to court and actually got him to make him do a paternity test, to prove he was the father. Now he's having to pay child support on that kid. I remember that. It was over in the western part of the state. I can't remember exactly where she was from.
Yep.
But it was an Arkansas girl. But he can get away with just about anything. If his name was Trump, they'd be stringing him up.
Exactly.
But that's what I had for you this morning. The main thing I want to do is let you know I did get that. About the way the temperatures really dropped here. I mean, it's nice tonight. I ain't even running the air conditioner. So
I'm looking at right about 64 degrees outside the Hot Shot secret bunker at this hour. Yeah, 64. Downright refreshing night. All right, who's next up here? As we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. Let's see, would that be the Grump?
What's up, Steve?
It is the Grump. What's going on?
Yeah, it's me. Nothing, man. Just got empty down in South Fort Worth there. Got to head back up to Arkansas. But, yeah, it's, I don't know where in the hell the damn Democrats think that they would be gaining anything if they ended the filibuster rule. Hamilton wrote about that in the Federalist Papers about the minority not having a voice in the process of governing. And if they was to do away with it, it would be the biggest mistake they ever made in their lives. Because do they really want a 50-vote rule or a 51-vote rule, the nuclear option on everything? I mean, this filibuster's been around since 1806, and it was designed to ensure that both parties have a say in what goes on in this country. That one party will not be a dominant party, and like they did when they had 60 votes for Obamacare. And everybody talks about, the Democrats passing Obamacare, and like the Republicans were in there throwing punches and helping them do it. And, that was just as far from the truth as there was. I mean, you go back to that, they had the 60 votes. They had 60 Democrats seated. Actually, they had 59 till, what was his name out of Pennsylvania when he switched parties, went from Republican to Democrat, and then he lost. Then he got his ass beat in the primary. But when you look at this, it's nuts. I mean, when they want to do this and just so they can ram their agenda down their throat, they're not going to be in power forever. You look at how things have changed over the midterms. People, that's when they usually flip the seats back the way they were. And people are sick of this craziness right now that the Democrats are doing. I mean, it's even the damn, the old blue dog Democrats, people that supported them are saying, I might be having to vote Republican if they keep this crap up. I mean, when you got nuts in the party like AOC and the hellhounds there, whatever that squad's
the
called.
Squad, yeah, that's.
It just blows my mind that they somehow think that these idiots are the voice of reason. They're not. They just want to ram through whatever they can find, any little agenda to keep them in. And AOC is, from what I'm hearing, she's kind of, people are about fed up with her, crap. I mean, she's like 460 or something like that out of all the out of everybody in Congress that, is the lowest on the totem pole for getting things done. So she doesn't have a very good rating. And I don't know, man. I just think it'd be nuts for them to even try because, they leave that in the hands of somebody like Mitch McConnell if the Senate flips again. And if the House flips, does Biden honestly think that he's going to get something done? No. And, this whole thing about Trump, can be reinstated in August. That ain't never going to happen. They need to I don't know who started that stupid rumor around. I got in an argument with one guy. He said, well, the military is going to remove. I said, you're an idiot. If you honestly think the military's under civilian control, moron. That's why we have a civilian running the Department of Defense and the civilian as commander-in-chief, so that the military doesn't have a coup like that and say, oh, well, hell, we're just going to remove everybody. He said, no, they'll do it under martial law. And I said, here you go again with this martial law crap. I'm just, the people just, the ignorance of people, it's just blinding. I mean, it just, they never pick up a damn book and read it. They just hear something at the coffee bar and then, hell, it's gospel. Let's go ahead and, and go with that. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's, these elections, I think the best thing that's going to happen is if the Supreme Court does get involved in some of these recounts and has some of these votes dismissed, it's not going to do a damn thing to flip the election. They're not going to take away the, as far as they're concerned, because they didn't hear it in the beginning, they're not going to take away Joe Biden as a legitimate president, even though he'd be illegitimate as hell. They may put he may wind up with an asterisk next to his name or something like that, and, and something in Wikipedia explaining what happened. But the election's over, and the only thing people can do is just hope like hell that this crazy old bastard gets out of there, for, that he doesn't try to, run again. I mean, it's just absolutely nuts. And Kamala Harris, even the Democrats can't stand that woman. You know, I mean, she's the epitome of stupid. I mean, if you look at everything that this goofball is done in her Senate career, it just you just scratch your head and say, who in the hell is voting for a moron like this? You know, I mean, most of the votes cast today, Steve, and you said it, I don't know, quite a while back, was over name recognition. You know, they know their senator, or they don't know. They couldn't tell you one damn thing they done, but they know the name. So I got to pull that handle one more time. You know, they've been in there a while. You know, not me, buddy. I will vote for somebody, a challenger. You know, just to get them out of there. You know, I mean, there's no reason in the world why somebody needs to be in as a congressional member for 50, 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at Mitch McConnell. He's been he's been in the Senate for 36 years. So, the man knows the system, but, I'm just ready for new faces, man. I think what's wrong with our political system and the governing today and what's wrong with this country is we've looked at the same old people for so many damn years. They're above the law. They break the law constantly. Not a damn thing happens to them. Nothing. It's just one of these things where, we need to have term limits in there, get rid of these fossils, keep fresh ideas coming in. And I think if Ron DeSantis runs for president, which I'm pretty sure he's going to, even if Trump runs, he's still going to run. I think he's going to be a new face that people are going to attach themselves to because, the way he did Florida. But when you look at, CNN, MSNBC, the usual morons that gets up there, that masquerade as Democrat operatives, but they're like, hey, I'm a news guy. No, you're not. They wouldn't know honesty if it bit them in the ass. So, those people are going to have their little snide things going on. But I mean, if they're going to practice what they preach about, minorities and stuff like that, why don't they just shut up and listen to what the man's got to say? But they, like I say, they ain't going to do it. They may claim to be news people, but they're nothing but, activists for the Democratic Party. Hell, they've been that way for years. And, but getting on the trucking here, he's talking about, companies are paying a lot more money in trucking. I know, I'm seeing signs, and stuff all the time, 62, 63, 64 cents a mile, and I'm like, damn, when I first started in, you was lucky to get a quarter a mile, and it's jumped up that much, in the last 30 years. But, of course, I've always been an owner operator for the last 25 years, but, so I've kind of, done my own thing, made pretty good living at it. But,
and I believe the grump may have lost his cell, or maybe not. Hey, do we need to do a phone reset? I bet we do. All right, sorry about that, Grump. Hey, we were headed toward news update, top of the hour, just a couple minutes away anyway, so... Yeah, we'll try to get things dialed back in. Real quick, like, referring to how is it possible for the Senate to pass this, it passed in the House, H.R. 1, the voting bill. Here's what we know. The For the People's Act. The first problem, of course, is what they call the filibuster. Under current rules, Senate rules, the bill needs 60 votes to advance past a guaranteed Republican filibuster. Democrats have 50 Senate seats, so they need to win over 10 Republicans. That ain't happening. Republicans have uniformly opposed this bill, believing it would hurt their party's chances at winning elections. So, for it to pass in anything like its current form, a change to the Senate rules would have to take place. Theoretically, Democrats could ram through a rule change with their votes alone, either to abolish the filibuster entirely or to create a special new exemption to it for voting rights bills. That's where problem number 2 comes into play. Moderate Democrats simply do not want to change the Senate rules to weaken the filibuster. In this case, it's not only Senator Manchin, but you've also got Senator Sinema, who have both been outspoken about a rules change. Manchin said, if we get rid of the filibuster, we would lose the purpose of this democracy. There's an unknown number of other moderate Democrats that feel the same way. They don't have the votes for a rules change right now. Problem number 3, even if Democrats lined up the votes to abolish the filibuster, somehow Manchin said he's inclined to oppose any party line effort to overhaul voting in the country. How in the world could you, with the tension we have right now, allow a voting bill to restructure the voting of America on a partisan line, he said. That would fuel more anarchy of the kind that occurred in the Capitol on January 6th. So if Manchin holds firm, which there's never a guarantee, the For the People Act is essentially dead. They do say then there's a 4th problem, that other congressional Democrats quietly have some misgivings about aspects of this bill. The party has near unanimity around the bill in public, with all but one House Democrat voting for it, and every Senate Democrat except Manchin co-sponsors it. But some members of the Congressional Black Caucus are not thrilled about it, fearing redistricting reforms would dilute predominantly black districts. And there are moderate senators that have doubts about it as well. So there's really only one remote plausible way for this to become law. That is, all 50 Democrat senators, including Manchin, would have to unite in support of not only the bill itself, but also of a Senate rules change that would allow the bill to pass with a simple majority and escape a filibuster. Activists say they're going to fight to try to make that happen. Okay. So, Chuck Schumer is actually on board. Progressives hope someone, whether it's Schumer or Biden or someone else, can figure out how to make Manchin move. In the end, the decision will be up to him, though. And when we asked him about the filibuster, he said in his recent op-ed declaring there's no circumstance in which he would vote to weaken or eliminate the filibuster. It means what it says. If you want to argue about it for 2 years, he told me, then you're going to waste a lot of your energy and a lot of your time. So Manchin makes it sound like you're not going to win him over as far as eliminating the filibuster. We may learn more today. We'll see how that holds, right? They're supposed to maybe vote on that later on this afternoon. With that, we get a news update. Did take care of the phone reset. Lines are set to roll till the end of the program. My apologies to Grump, and there were a couple others holding on. Dial us back up at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House has announced where the next donation of 55 million doses of COVID vaccine will be heading. About 41 million of those will be distributed through the UN's COVAX program, which will send 14 million to Latin America and the Caribbean, 10 million to Africa, and 16 million to Asia. The U.S.'s initial donation of 80 million doses has now been completely allocated, though they will not be distributed by President Biden's goal of the end of the month. And the Trump Organization has sued New York City after it ended its contract for a golf course at Ferry Point Park. The city terminated the contract following the January 6th riots at the Capitol, alleging that the former president incited the riot and was therefore in violation of the contract. The company had operated the course located in the Bronx since 2015. In the lawsuit, the Trump Organization argued that New York Mayor Bill de Blasio has a pre-existing political bias against the former president and used the events of January 6th to terminate Trump-related contracts. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Jay Schrader, Super Bowl 22 champion and former Raiders quarterback. Playing professional football for 11 years beat my body up pretty bad. I've had so many surgeries on my neck, back, and shoulders and knees, I've just learned to live with constant discomfort. I tried so many products, some worked for a little while, but nothing gave me total relief until one day, a golfing buddy introduced me to sonsoflibertycbd.com. I used their CBD Muscle Ease, rubbed it on my hands and neck, and wow, what did it do for me? I immediately began using their other products, and I have golfed pain-free for the first time in many years. I've reached out to Sons of Liberty CBD and visited their operation from farm to factory. Folks, this team walks the walk. Their motto is, for vets, by vets. I shared the product with my friend Wayne Allen Root, and now he's a fan of sonsoflibertycbd.com. Wayne's fans will receive a 15% discount using code WAR15 at checkout. I've told all my NFL buddies about sonsoflibertycbd.com, and now I'm telling you. Go to sonsoflibertycbd.com. When it works for you, like it did for me, we both win.
Voters support more early voting. Tim Berg explains.
A new poll shows the majority of Americans support the ability to vote early, but also stricter ID laws. The Monmouth University poll shows more than 70% of people support making it easier for people to vote ahead of Election Day. That number jumps to 80% when it comes to people that support requiring a form of ID before a person can vote. Less than 20% thought early voting should be restricted and there should be no additional ID mandates. It comes as states are passing election reform laws after last November's election, and as the Senate takes up a bill that would set some federal standards for voting nationwide. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Tokyo Olympic organizers announced Monday that a limited number of local fans will be allowed into venues when the games begin next month. Events will have a maximum capacity of 10,000, and officials left the option open to bar fans again if COVID cases rise. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll roll you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
COVID vaccination rates have plateaued in the U.S. over the last few weeks, with just over 65% of American adults having received at least one dose. That means President Biden's goal of 70% by July 4th is likely to be missed. Dr. Amesh Adalja says the key now is removing any obstacles to getting a shot. The infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University tells CBS News that the vaccines getting full FDA approval will also help combat hesitancy.
What we're seeing now is that we're hitting a wall, that people who wanted to get vaccinated largely have been vaccinated, and now it's a lot harder to get each additional dose into a person's arm. So what I think we need to do is make this more convenient, make it more easy, make it something that people can do wherever they are without having to make kind of appointments. It just has to meet people where they are, including door to door. We have to kind of remove any obstacle that a person can have. And I also think that when these vaccines get full FDA approval, you'll remove one talking point from the vaccine hesitancy crowd, and you'll start to see more businesses be comfortable requiring that amongst employees. So I do think we're going to get higher rates, but it's going to be very difficult to do so.
And the U.S., European Union, Canada, and the U.K. announced new sanctions on several senior officials in Belarus. The sanctions coming in response to the Lukashenko regime's use of a fake terrorist plot to justify ordering a commercial airliner that was flying through Belarusian airspace to land to allow them to arrest a dissident journalist and his girlfriend who were aboard the plane. EU officials are expected to announce more economic sanctions against the Belarusian president later this week. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, final hour. Here we go. On a Tuesday, back at it. One more time around, as they say. Yeah, even sometimes the rhino-esque Lindsey Graham. Yeah, even he said HR1 isn't going anywhere. He says, first of all, because we've got the filibuster rule. You need 60 votes to pass HR1. How did they pass the COVID bill that we just voted on? Well, through reconciliation, where you can deal out Republicans. You don't need 60 votes. Again, March of 2020, we worked together 96-0 to pass a bill. So H.R. 1 will come to the Senate, and it will die in the Senate. Because we have the ability, as long as Democrats work with us, to make sure you need 60 votes. Not one Republican is going to vote for H.R. 1. It is a federal takeover of elections. And it sets up a system where there's no real voter security or voter verification. It is a liberal wish list in terms of how you vote. And the Equality Act is coming over to the Senate. It's going to meet the same fate. If you're a young woman out there working hard in sports, if you've got a daughter trying to make something of herself in athletics, this bill is going to allow biological males to come and compete and ruin women's sports. And we're going to fight hard as hell to make sure that they go nowhere. All right, that was interesting because this past day, we do see in the Olympic Games, there's apparently going to be several, quote, transgenders participating in some of the women's events. One of them will be in weightlifting, no less. No joke. I know I've got it in the mix over here somewhere, but for the Tokyo Games, they've got a weightlifter from, here it is, New Zealand. The first weightlifter, transgender, again, born as a male, now participating and weightlifting as a female. Laurel Hubbard. All right, selected by the New Zealand team for the women's event at the Tokyo Games, which is going to undoubtedly reignite a debate over inclusion and fairness in sports. I can tell you this, there are numerous female weightlifters that will be participating in those games that are not happy with this decision. At the age of 43, the oldest lifter at the games, she, quote, she has competed in men's weightlifting competition before transitioning in 2013. So in other words, he was a man for 30 years. And he participated in men's weightlifting, men's competition, made the transition to a female at the age of 30. Now, well, I shouldn't say at the age of 30. 13 years ago. So 2013, that's only 7 years ago. So like 35, somewhere in that vicinity to change over. All right, let's see. According to the New Zealand team, she's our first Olympian who has transitioned from male to female. We know there are questions about fairness of transgender athletes competing in the games, but I'd like to take this opportunity to remind us that Laurel has met all the required criteria. All right, in 2015, the International Olympic Committee issued guidelines to allow transgender athletes to compete as a woman, provided their testosterone levels are below 10 nanomoles per liter for at least 12 months before the first competition. Now, there are some scientists that say that does nothing to mitigate the biological advantage. If you've already gone through puberty as a male, weightlifting has been at the center of this debate over the fairness of transgender athletes competing against women. This is going to prove divisive. Save Women's Sports Australasia, a group opposed to transgender women competing in women's sports. This is a flawed policy from the Olympic Committee. Males have a performance advantage that is based on their biological sex, they say. They outperform us on every single metric. Speed, stamina, strength. The fact that they're trying to pick testosterone is just a red herring. We're forgetting about the anatomy. The fast, rich muscle, the bigger organs. The International Olympic Committee consistently says we're committed to inclusion, but the organization is also reviewing their guidelines to take into account the perceived tension between fairness and safety and inclusion/non-discrimination. This particular individual was a gold medalist in the 2019 Pacific Games in Samoa, where she toppled the podium ahead of Samoa's Commonwealth Games champion, which triggered outrage in that nation. Samoa's weightlifting boss said Hubbard's selection for Tokyo is like letting athletes dope and fears this is going to cost the small Pacific nation a medal. There's a Belgian weightlifter that last month said allowing Hubbard to compete at Tokyo is unfair for women. It's like a bad joke. Let's see. There's a former other New Zealand weightlifter, female, that said she had to make way in the super heavyweight category at the Commonwealth Games for Hubbard when I was told to drop the category because Laurel was going to be their number one super. It was heartbreaking, soul-destroying. It's unfortunate that there are females somewhere that's like, well, I'm going to miss out on going to the Olympics, on achieving my dream, representing my country, because a transgender athlete is going to be competing. That's the reality. Yep. If you look at a picture of this Laurel Hubbard, when they say the super heavyweight, prior to the transition, he was a big dude, big muscular dude. All right? Now just a big muscular, quote, woman. All right, let me get to Vic. What's going on this morning? Hey there, is this Vic?
Rick.
Rick. All right. Hello, Rick.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing just fine. What's going on in your world?
Hey, not much. Hey, two things I want to talk to you about tonight is the latest vote on the NCAA bill about the likeness for players. Finally getting a stronghold on getting paid. Did you see that vote for the Supreme Justice?
Not real up to speed on that. No, is this where
it was
they're
the
trying to
other day.
pay the females like the males kind of thing? I know that there's female in professional sports upset about men making more, right?
Yeah, because the president itself by the NCAA is making $4 million a year, and the combined coaching for the coaching staff of each team is making like over $11 million a year. So who's got the money? They should share the same pot, I think.
Now, what about when it comes to paying women the same as men in the professional sports? Yeah, obviously, the NFL brings in a hell of a lot more money than women's football. I guess basketball is a better example because you got the NBA or the WNBA. Yeah, where does all the money come in for professional sports in basketball? The money is in the male side. I mean, it's bringing in the jack,
Yep.
so that's where obviously they should make more money.
Oh, yeah. The other thing I want to talk about, here recently, my mom was reading the paper, and she brought to my attention about this cancel culture that we being forced to see on TV every night. Well, she was reading the paper that this atheist group was heading towards the calendar makers. You know how it's Christmas, Easter, everything else that was located on the calendar for a day off.
Yeah.
They want to have it where this atheist group wanted this to be a day off, eliminating it's Easter, what type of holiday, just to say it's a day off.
Wow.
It's crazy. So people won't get offended per se.
Very interesting. Well, I mean, I know they've been trying to take the "In God We Trust" off of our currency for years. They've been trying to take "One Nation Under God" out of the Pledge of Allegiance for years. Yeah, they'll never stop.
It's like, back in the day when we had Hitler, when he was in Germany back then, adding a little bit every day, and they wouldn't notice every little one thing one day, and next thing another day. It's like, who's got to notice, And before then, it's got to be here.
Well, Rick, I'm going to do a little digging on that. That doesn't a bit surprise me on the atheist calendar, but I'll see if it comes up here. Meanwhile, what do we see? 17 past the hour. Would that be Captain Ron checking in?
Good morning, Mr. Sommers.
Hey there.
How are you today?
Doing just fine.
I saw a picture of on Facebook of horse feathers with Kyle, and I'm a little concerned. He needs to get off of that kale and seaweed that he's eating and get him some meat and potatoes. He looks like a skinny stray. I think you need to take him on a cruise or something so they can
get him fattened up,
around the clock nourishment. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he'll get more traction on that tractor if he gets a little bit more meat on his bones. You know what I mean?
Could you imagine horse feather standing next to the big moose by chance?
Oh, I know. If he turns sideways, he disappears.
Exactly.
But June 1st, June down here in Florida is that Pride Month for the LGBTQZ WTF community. And Governor DeSantis signed into law that you can't compete. You have to compete in whatever sex is on your birth certificate.
Correct.
I think there's 4 states now that have this law. So I haven't heard any rebuttal from the other side, but I don't know. That's the way it should be in my book.
Yeah, there's no debating that there is an unfair advantage. You look at the picture of this Laurel Hubbard, again, it's a transition in at the age of 35. I don't care if they've reduced their testosterone levels. Dude was pumping big, heavy, he's a gold medalist.
Well, right, the muscles are already there. I don't know, it's just not fair. And the reason more men get paid better on the athlete side is because they bring in more money from advertisers and people in the stands and all that. So that's why they get paid more than females.
Yeah.
The females get paid accordingly to what they bring in, just like the men do, as far as I've ever heard. I think that's all I got for the night.
Well, Captain Ron, good to hear from
Enjoying
you.
the show.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Be safe out there. And there you go. Yeah, hello, Rick. Rick's with us this morning. All right, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. A couple of other tidbits wanted to get to. Vic's on the line. We'll get to Vic coming up here in a few minutes. Let's see. He sent me a article this past morning. Steve, this article explains in part the big drop we saw in cryptos, stocks, commodities, futures. The weather did break, but too early to take weather risk out of crops. The Fed was jawboning against inflation, but as noted by no less than Goldman Sachs, talk cannot reduce inflation. When the Fed's minutes were released, the Fed had discussed raising interest rates in 2022 rather than 2023. Either way, both are too far in the future to really have much of an impact. I believe this article demonstrates a more plausible reason. DKNY was involved in China, where gambling is illegal. China has outlawed commodity speculation, which raises the cost of imports. There are references in this article to DKNY selling options and ensuring that they expire worthless. This is where Hindenburg is affected. I thought about calling Monday morning, but this is kind of difficult for me to follow, let alone listeners that don't actually follow the financial markets. I kind of found it interesting that Credit Suisse of Switzerland came to DKNY's defense. Swiss bank accounts, under new international laws, Swiss banks have to reveal accounts to law enforcement, such as Interpol. Chinese officials are known for graft and corruption and would know about Chinese purchases in advance, insider trading. Just some speculation on my part. All right, let's see. And one little tidbit in regards to the I-40 bridge there in Memphis, it was reported that the steel that was used in rebuilding was prone to cracking. Didn't mention where the steel came from, but... All right, look at it, 23 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Let's jump on over and... Hey, Vic, what's going on?
Hey. Not a lot there. Yeah, that DKNY, that's DraftKings. That's the gambling website there.
DraftKings.
That they advertise. Yeah. I must have missed that in the article. I'm terrible about proofreading anymore. But yeah, there's a lot of things that were going on that they tried to lay. I don't know what really happened in the market, but like I said a week ago, I really don't. I don't accept the Federal Reserve and the weather break and the dollar going up. It just the drop was way too much. And but anyway, what I called about the seat, I've heard everybody talking about the politics that were going on, and a bit of good news is that the American Farm Bureau Federation has now reversed position because of all the damage that has been done to Texas ranchers and farmers down there. They no longer support the cheap labor immigration thing, which, they were kind of a thorn in the side way back whenever they were trying to shut this down and they would come, the illegal immigration. And American Farm Bureau Federation would come out and say, well, we can't harvest the crops and, we're going to run out of produce if they can't work in the fields out there in California and Arizona and all that, but because of the damage that the Biden border policy has brought upon us, I guess ranchers in Texas are having a terrible time getting their vandalism and, threats and everything else. So, whenever, the old law of unintended consequences, and you were talking about this woke culture, I think this woke culture is not going to work out very good for them. And just as you were mentioning about the transgenders competing, the Russians are ones that started that years ago. They would take and give their female athletes all sorts of testosterone and all that, and then they had to do the chromosome test. And I'm probably going to screw this up, but I think it's like the 22nd or 23rd chromosome is either, if you're male, it's XY, female, it's XX. And excuse me. So anyway, the Olympic Committee removed that, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. And so now they don't even do the chromosome test, and instead they're going the exact opposite direction, which, as you were mentioning, that doesn't set well with people, and it's going all the way down to, I guess, almost to grade school sports. And for years, the male sports have basically supported all the female sports in, what is Title 9, 10 or something, whatever it is, to where they have to give females an opportunity to participate in sports, but they never pay their way, whether it's low, no matter what level it's in. So anyhow, but the big thing that I wanted to call about was I was pleased to see today that the American Farm Bureau Federation finally woke up and realized we can probably modernize and mechanize, and we don't really need all this extra trouble that illegal immigrations are bringing down, is bringing to us. So anyway, and that on that I-40 bridge, as I understood it, it's not the steel they're rebuilding it with. The way I read the article was that the steel they built it with originally, and they only built that thing, well, let's see, I was out of the truck, 10 years ago, because they just finished it up just as I got out of the truck. So anyway, that's all I have for you there this evening. I'll talk to you later.
Good to hear from you, Vic. Thanks for checking in. All right, yeah, so I was wondering if it was the steel that they originally built the bridge with. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't be repairing a bridge and saying, yeah, we know the steel we're using to rebuild this bridge is prone to cracking. Duh. So, all right, yeah, well, that's a fair question, right? Where did the original steel come from? Was it U.S. steel, imported from China steel? Guess we don't know the answer. With that, rolling toward bottom of the hour news break here. Hey, we got wide open lines. Want to jump on board? Get on in here for our final segment at 844-3388. Let me see real quick. Hey, Mo, I did respond to your email. He sent me a couple of emails last night. He was asking, what is the name and who sings like the opening and close of our theme song, I guess you'd call it. This is my dream. I don't. If I had to guess, I'd guess the name of the song is "This Is My Dream." I have no idea who the artist that performed that is. When we were working to come up with some introduction music and whatnot, there's some sort of a website that offers up. How would you put it? No royalties, no copyright music. In other words, music that you can use for whatever purpose you want and not pay royalties. If we use a song, say if I used a Garth Brooks song, for instance, they want to make you pay for like each time you use the song kind of thing. Whatever it is, several cents. I don't know how much it is or whatever, but royalties. And there's apparently artists can perform, make music, and submit it, and it's kind of like an open house. You can pick out any songs you want. You could use them. You can play them in stores and restaurants and not have to pay any kind of royalties. Yeah, Kyle may know. I don't know if it's Because he sent me like 5 or 6 different songs initially when we were trying to come up with something. He really liked this one. I liked it. And I don't even know the name of the artist. Somebody out there, though, is getting a lot of publicity for their song. It's a good song, though, isn't it? This is my dream. Yeah, all right. So we get a news break here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
COVID vaccination rates have plateaued in the U.S. over the last few weeks, with just over 65% of American adults now having received at least one dose. That means President Biden's goal of 70% by July 4th is likely to be missed. Dr. Amesh Adalja says the key now is removing any obstacles to getting a shot. The infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University tells CBS News that the vaccines getting full FDA approval will also help combat hesitancy.
What we're seeing now is that we're hitting a wall, that people who wanted to get vaccinated largely have been vaccinated, and now it's a lot harder to get each additional dose into a person's arm. So what I think we need to do is make this more convenient, make it more easy, make it something that people can do wherever they are without having to make kind of appointments. It just has to meet people where they are, including door to door. We have to kind of remove any obstacle that a person can have.
This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
There you go. All right, final segment. Here we go. What are we looking at? Often wonder, when cold and flu season rolls around on any given year, which never really came to fruition last year, seems like nobody got the flu. Everybody got the COVID. The last number I saw, 2,000 confirmed cases of the regular old flu, according to the CDC, their own numbers. Yeah, I don't know anybody that had the regular flu, but ever wonder, where am I picking the bugs up at? I ain't been anywhere. The only place I went was the grocery store. Hey, that's a good place to pick it up, apparently. Where are the germiest surfaces in the grocery store? Of course, obviously, first thing that comes to mind is probably going to be the grocery cart, right? Not necessarily. The refrigerator door handles. And especially since the COVID, I know that the cleaning protocol has been to go through the stores and try to clean things on a more regular basis. If they maybe during the overnight hours, somebody has to go through with some antibiotic wipes, antiseptic wipes or whatever, and wipe down the door handles and all that. The refrigerator door handles, they become more than 1,000 times more contaminated between morning and evening. Second most contaminated surfaces are the self-checkout touchscreens. The screens have 97 times more germs at night than they do first thing in the morning. COVID affected the way we shop, the way we clean, the way we become hooked on hygiene, according to the CDC. Of course, the risk of catching COVID by touching surfaces is very low, they say. But this safehome.org study found that people are still more likely to proceed with caution. As we begin to relax the restrictions, shoppers are still feeling safer wiping down their carts and washing their hands after handling or touching foreign objects. 3 out of 4 respondents felt more comfortable when grocery stores continue to enforce their mask requirements. But interesting study. There's no question that this revealed the early bird doesn't get the germs. They found that shopping cart handles were remarkably free of germs, but had 8 times more bacteria in the evening. It was 97 times more for the self-checkout touchscreens. And, of course, the amount of germ growth at the end of the day in refrigerator handles, 1,434 more germs from morning to night. So I guess the best time to go grocery shopping is when they first open their doors. Now, even if they implement sanitation procedures during the day, everything has to be sanitized by the night cleaning crew, and there's fewer people in the store. Experts say that the safest time to shop during weekdays rather than the crowded weekends. Okay. Very interesting. Hey, back to the phones we go. And what's going on, Big Moose?
Hey, what do you say, bud?
How's
behaving yourself?
I'm doing my best. How's that knee coming along? Is the pain going away?
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, well, it's still kind of tender, but yeah, it's not bad as it was. Better, a hell of a lot better than it was before. I can tell you that.
That's good. That's good.
But yeah, biggest thing I'm competing with right now is boredom. I tell you what, this sitting around crap and me just don't get along, you know.
Right.
And the only thing I do when I sit around is listen to the radio and the news. And the only thing that does is just piss me off even more, so it just makes it worse. Now I hear they want to let Lou Ferrigno, if he puts a dress on, he can go compete in women's sports now. Ain't that right?
Yep, pretty much. As long as his testosterone levels are down. Got to get your testosterone down, Big Moose.
Well, I was just thinking there a while ago when you was talking about that. That old bus that I got from Ratchet Jaw, half the body's been chopped off and thrown away, and somebody put an old pickup truck bed on it. But you know what? It's still a friggin' bus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what you cut off of it or add to it or turn inside out or whatever they do. I don't even want to know what they do. Ain't gonna change the fact. If there's such a thing as all these different genders, how come they ain't never been an archaeologist ever found a skeleton that was anything other than male or female? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But I don't know. It's a mental condition, man. I tell you what, these people in this country has just absolutely lost their friggin' minds. We've had generation and generation upon generation of candy ass producing a bigger generation of candy ass every time they go around, and it's just sickening, But I don't know. Oh, yeah, we're afraid we're going to offend somebody. Oh, speaking of which, I can't say Chevy guy no more because that's, I guess, not gender appropriate. So I have to say Chevrolet person tried to call me there a while ago. So I got to call him back here directly. He tried to call me while I was on hold for you, but yeah. So yeah, we can't say Chevy guy no more. It's Chevrolet person now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But other than that, that's about all that's going on. I just been piddling my thumbs and trying to find something to do to stay busy, and I've been sleeping when I want to and getting up when I want to, and it's just been a mess, I tell you.
Something about drinking.
But everything holds.
You drank a hell of a lot of coffee this past day, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, well, we drank a few cups, and then I got up about 2 o'clock this morning and went over to Waffle House and drank a few more cups, and I probably need to give that coffee up. But you know what they say about good coffee, don't you?
What's that?
That'd put hair on your saddle horn.
Okay.
Yeah, that probably offended some butthurt libtard somewhere too, but oh well. But, I don't know if anybody's picked this up about me or not, but I'm not the most politically correct person in the world.
I have never detected that, Big Moose.
Yeah, well, I want to thank everybody for calling, checking up on me. Heat Wave calls me pretty regular, and Captain Ron called me, and Horse Feathers, he's texted me a day or two there, and Chevy guy calls me, and I just appreciate all these fellers calling, checking up on me. That makes me feel pretty good, you know.
That's good.
Yeah, and had a pretty good weekend. Got all the kids together and had a big old barbecue, and so it was a pretty good time. But I just can't wait to get this knee healed up. We got some plans here. I was talking to Big Ed, and I think me and the old marsupial halitosis might be rolling out to Oklahoma there, do a little camping. So I'm trying to get Big Ed down there. We get all three of us together. We'll have to do some live stream, but they're gonna have to do it on somebody else's Facebook because I done got thrown off Facebook again.
Oh boy.
So yeah, that goes back to that political incorrectness that I'm famous for. So I don't know. They said all you got to do is sign up another email, make another account. Hell, I don't know how to do that. So I had them damn kids to do it the last time. So I guess they're going to have to do it again if they want somebody to do it, because I ain't going to do it. I never figure that crap out. I end up, I tell you, the luck I had, I tried to buy something off that damn eBay one time, and I ended up with a subscription to Better Homes and Gardens magazine. I don't even know how in the hell that happened. I had to cancel a credit card to get them to stop. Like I said, when it comes to technology, I might as well be Amish. So. But anyway, that's all I had. Wanted to just check in there. I hadn't talked to you in a day or two. So everybody keep it Twix and Spotted and Solid. We'll be 1042 for a little while anyway.
All right. Hey, well, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Big Moose. All right. I'm looking here. Just came across. I guess he posted this a couple days ago. I just came across it, though. Kevin, a.k.a. I guess that is Sex Maniac, who doesn't call all that often. Let's see. Got him a Steve Sommers overnight drive, T-shirt and cap. Said, hey, nice looking apparel. Thanks for supporting the show. Now, did you buy that or did you win that on our 100th episode? Because we had the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive swag packs, right? Yeah. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com and click on shop. Yeah, I don't mention that very often. Got the Overnight Drive T-shirts, hats. Got some really nice mugs. Keeps your 32 ounce. Plenty of ice left in there. Must have filled that up about 8 hours ago. It's a 30-ounce travel mug, as we call it. Got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive logo on one side, and the other side says live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And for some of our bigger listeners out there, a.k.a. Big Moose, for a while they were out of the 3 and 4X size T-shirts. Yeah, they got a few of them in stock. I'm looking here. Looks like they got five of each in stock right now. 3X and 4X. 4X is as big as they make, apparently. What size does Big Moose wear? Damn near huge size, I believe is the call on that. There's the inbred redneck. What's going on?
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. Buddy, I tell you what, I've got the answers, buddy. I know about your theme song. I know the guy who wrote it.
Oh, yeah?
He does it. Yeah. He does it for a lot of people. His name's Marky Shaw.
Marky Shaw?
He actually does that for a couple. Well, another channel that I know of on YouTube called Far Point Farms, and it is a totally different song. And you wouldn't believe his voice, but the guy's about a genius, but he's about a genius. And I've played music and everything else. And, he's got a voice he can manipulate, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's really amazing. But I think he's got a YouTube channel. Last I talked to him,
I typed his name in, and I see I see a bunch of like videos and whatnot showing up here. Is do you know is the name of the one we're using? Is that This Is My Dream, or do you know?
Yeah, I believe that's it, bud. And the one he uses on another friend of mine's YouTube channel is, I think it's named Far Point Farms. So if that one pops up in there, if not, you can go to the Far Point Farms channel and they've got it up there. So But yeah, that's the dude, buddy. He's been doing that for years. But buddy, I've got a bone to pick with Big Moose. I can't believe he's out faking a knee injury just to get out of wrestling Honkzilla. This is ridiculous, buddy. I mean, he's got the whole world fooled. And he's not going to tell me what is going on there. I believe Chevy guy probably put him in a figure 4 leg lock, buddy. Broke that knee. But that's neither here or there. They was practicing for the match. I'd say that's what happened, Steve. I about bet you that's what happened.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. But buddy, you know, you talking about that transgender stuff there and all that. It's like I was telling you the other day, buddy, it's just playing pretend. It's warping reality. They want to warp reality in one place. That way you get used to a warped reality and you don't care about anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like, you know, when somebody has a mental breakdown, Steve, think about it. Or they're nervous about something, or whatever. So most of us, that's a sign that you need to change your life, or you need to do something here. If not, you're gonna get all messed up. But what does the doctor do? Let's give you some pills that make you not care about anything. And that's the problem. Got half the population sedated, buddy. And they're like, oh, well, yeah, live and let live. Well, there's one thing I know about life. And anybody that will, all they have to do is walk out into nature and look. It's dog eat dog.
Mm-hmm.
There's always something eating something else. So are you either going to roll over and be eaten, or are you going to be top dog and be able to hold your head up and do what you want? That's the problem. That's the problem. Everybody's worried about emotions. And this is ridiculous to do this to women. I mean, this past couple of years, they've been doing this. There's a poor girl up in Connecticut. I think she ended up losing a college scholarship over these transgenders running a track and field event. She was like the best track runner in the state of Connecticut, or one of the top ones. Some kid comes in there, oh, I'm transgender. And there he goes running down the track, beating this poor girl that has worked her whole life to get her times down. All I say is, they don't want to do chromosome checks. Do genitalia checks. I mean, come on.
that would work.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, that's like me putting on a wig, give me a couple of watermelons, dropping them in my shirt, and going in the women's bathroom. I mean, well, people, we don't care who you sleep with. We don't care how you dress. Nobody cares about that. But fair is fair. You know, I'd say some other stuff, Steve, but it'd probably get you kicked off.
You're about like about like the Big Moose, though. You've never been necessarily inclined to be the most politically correct, would you say? That's all right. Hey, Redneck, I got to run real quick. I'm going to try to get John in here because we only got a couple minutes left. John, what's going on?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Doing well.
I'm just getting my week started. I got on the road right after the top of the hour, and you mentioned that bridge
I was just wondering what you said about it earlier. Are they getting somewheres on getting that repaired, or is that going to be closed for a while yet?
I know they finished up phase 1 here 2 or 3 weeks ago. And phase 2, which that's actually replacing the cracked portion of the bridge. I don't have a timeline. I'm not sure when they're going to get that done. They did change the traffic pattern there about a week and a half ago, and supposedly, what had been hour and a half, 45-minute to an hour and a half delays every day was running a whole lot more smoothly, more like 10-minute delays, according to what I saw.
Oh, good. Yeah, some of the family's going to be going down that way in about another week, going down to the Gulf, so I didn't want to discourage them enough to get them to go a different route if it wasn't going to be that bad or anything. I mean, they could go down through Kentucky and Nashville and get down that way. Yeah, hey, and about that transgender, Russ, I hate to say it, but those girls, what they ought to do is just get together and set that out and just say, this isn't legitimate. I mean, if they can't stop them from letting that guy show up, they set out, the guy, he'll be lifting there by himself for the most part, and he'll never have a regular championship.
Yeah, he just kind of win by
Because
default,
there'll always
right?
be that He'll win by default, but, maybe they'll get the hint and say, hey, it ain't about, hate or bigotry or anything like that. It's about being fair. I mean, it's nonsense that the guy would ever be allowed to be in there. I think it all gets back to politics. People got to make a point all the time with this crap.
Yeah.
But that's just my take on it.
I guess supposedly some of these quote transgender athletes, he really, I guess in his heart of hearts, believes he's a woman now. Is that possible?
That's all fine and good, and I'm happy for him, like Caitlin. But Caitlin ain't out there trying to be a powerlifter. She's trying to be a woman. So how can a guy say that he thinks he really should be a woman or he identifies as a woman, but he's out there acting like a male weightlifter? There's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I'm with you. Yep. Just, I mean, like I said, I'm happy for them or whatever. If they're happy with their life, more power to them. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea, but it's like, undoubtedly, there's no question that there are physical benefits as far as the male physique, stronger across the board. Yeah, you look at the records pretty much in any sporting category, weightlifting, wrestling, speed, anything, running. Yeah, that's why there's two different categories. The male records are always faster, longer, stronger than the female records.
Right.
Every time. All right. Well, John, I'm glad we were able to squeeze you in before we wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. But that's exactly what we're going to have to do. And, hey, we'll hopefully see you back here at the midnight hour tonight. Think about that. What are we going to hear out of the box? Something about, hey, Mike. We'll be making our way into Hump Day. Hope to see you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I